Dong, dong, dong. Dong, dong, dong. There we go. Maybe. It's time for the Idget Show. Before I get started, I'd like to go over our standard pre-stream warning. This stream may not be family friendly. This stream may not be child appropriate. This stream may not be appropriate for any audience at any time for any reason whatsoever, whensoever, whosoever, howsoever, or wheresoever. I tend to curse a lot. Sometimes every couple hours, sometimes every other word. My chat tends to get a bit on the spicy side. Adult situations, conversations, words, and undergarments may be discussed. If you are easily offended, easily triggered, anything I just said does not sound appealing to you, or just don't like the sound of my voice, the kid-friendly streams are down the hall to the left. Without further ado, I would like to give a massive, massive thank you to everyone who helped me reach 500 subs and beyond. Because it's going. And speaking of going, let's get some music going and get into this. I need to actually load. I was on my other save over the weekend recording videos, as I'm sure a lot of you guys have already seen. I released a new video on my top 10 alternate recipes with a couple honorable mentions and a side mention. Whereas, yes, I love using the pure ingot recipes or wet concrete. It's the same basic thing. They're massive on power consumption. Doesn't mean I don't use them, but power. Yes, power. We're turning on the nuke plant today. We're turning on the nuclear boys. Which means I gotta finish some belts. Come on, load. Make sure I have my other game closed. Okay. So, we need to do a couple things real quick. Like I said, I need to finish some belts. And we need to button these up. These, most of us like powered stuff. Yeah, that is correct, Heather. Hello, dear. How are we doing? How are we doing, cheese? Make sure that's actually flowing into where they're supposed to go. And then we'll go start getting some belts ran. And we'll go from there. I do have to make sure that I did get the pumps hooked up for this. I don't remember if I did. Does effing look like it. I missed a stream or two, but what can you do? Hello, Casper. Yeah, it happens. I don't sweat it. People come, they go, and they show up when they show up. Yeah, I'm not seeing any pumps, so we need to get some pumpies on these. We need some pumpies. We got pumpies on these. We don't have pumpies on these. I'm not a big fan of that. So can't rely on the internet in the middle of nowhere in the Albanian mountains. Yeah, yep, that happens. I'm just glad you're here when you're here. That's what matters. We put pumps on those, but we never put pumps on these. So let me do something. I want to have a little bit more space here. Do 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 do. There. That's more what I'm looking for. I want this to flare out and then come back in. That way when we put these on, there's that little bit of gap. See how nice that looks. Now we just need a power wire down here. Oh, hey, look. There's a power wire. Corby already sent a message, but it complained about some kind of slow-mo. Slow-mo should only be... It's only set to like 1 every second. Let me double check that. You shouldn't be getting issues with slow-mo. Okay, if I can find it, which is, it's being a little bit of a pain in the butt, so give me just a second. I return home tomorrow, so back to more stable internet, so that's awesome. And yeah, like Heather said, safe travels. Damn it, I know I said that. Huh. Yeah, slow-mo is literally, you can only send a message once every second. So, but I'll turn it off. There you go. Alright, back to the game. Got those all tidied up. So we should be getting sulfuric acid in these, which we are. Awesome. Fantastic. And hello to everybody, all the boys and girls. How are we doing today? I know I've got 7 belts. So we're going to put 1 there and then 6 over here. 4, 5, 6. Boop. I don't see no clipping. Screw you, game. Alright, let me make sure my recording is on. And I probably need to move videos. No, yeah, there we go. That's what I was looking for. Alright, there we go. As I was saying earlier, I hate waiting just a few more hours and phase 4 will be finished. Yeah. How do you think I feel? You know how long I've been waiting on this. Okay, so now we got that. We need to go underneath. Yeah, I can make that work. There we go. So now where the hell... Oh, that's cool. My belts are right here. That's gonna be easy. Meow, 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 meow. Maybe. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Yeah, that should work. Fortunately, I have to get a little bit set up before we can turn on the nukes. And we're only going to turn them on for a couple minutes. So do bear that one in mind. Now, we're going to turn them on for a couple minutes to start. Then, we will be turning them on for good. But I got to get my belts organized. A lot of you guys know how I like to do my priority, or my smart splitters into priority merger, blah, blah, blah. I can only do that knowing where these things feed in. A lot of my Geiger counters complaining about it's dangerous here. Oh, it's gonna get a lot worse. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. We just got a little bit of radioactive waste to bring up here, right? It's just a little bit. Wish they'd add more customization. I know a lot of people have been asking for like a male figure. Or a male model. But I honestly don't care. It's a first-person game. I don't really stare at my character all that much. The only time I really look at my character is when I'm taking screenshots. That's only if you can complete the game in under an hour. Then you get the Pioneer in her Zero suit. Somebody gets that reference. Actually, if you do it in under an hour, or if you go to if you can enter Justin Bailey in the options menu. Yeah, you just have to find the continue code. God, I'm fucking old. Whatever, people literally don't even get those references. I know there's somebody out there that does. This is the first time the building is complete with their pillars are finished before the game has even been played through. Yeah, well. I still haven't built buildings, but we all know why. Let me check something real quick. So each of these is going to take a weird number of uranium waste. That's the reason. Yeah, see, it never balances out. And I don't have 7,700. That's why I have to do the smart splitters. Oh, we need to do that as well. That one's not that bad because I can literally just let the machines fill up with it. And one thing I did do in between last stream when you guys were here and today is I put down a couple storage bins for heat sinks. If you remember right, rubber is an issue for me. I make rubber. Because I still have slight issues with my fueling, I don't necessarily make the amount of rubber I need to make. And I can only do that if I fix my fueling issues. I need to get silica over to those. It's like I planned this shit or something. Look how nice that looks. That's gonna go right next to the quick wire. This is also why I had to redo these blueprints. Okay, what is the tightest I can do this? The drawback is I don't know which one of these silica belts are pure. I do see that being a bit of a pain in the ass there. Straight mode build bug! Drake has been watching for 35 consecutive streams and redeems a hydrate. There you go, buddy. I has been hydrated. What are we drinking today? Coffee. How else do you think I get to be this freaking perky? That and I've been up since like 4:30 this morning, so yeah, coffee. No, it's definitely not cold here. Okay, so there's silica hooked up, and I can let that run for a little while. So the nice thing is I have the ability to turn my nuke plants on and off whenever I want. I'm going to let that run for a little bit. I'm going to let that one belt of silica fill up every machine. Because my thought is literally I want to turn on the uranium waste. All of the nuclear power plants are fueled. They all have uranium rods in them. And I set my water extractors, my entire water grid underneath the power plant on a priority switch. So I can turn that on anytime, anywhere, when I want. Shit. You know, one thing I did not do, I did not use smart splitters for any of this crap. God damn it. Why do I do this every single time? Every time I know for a fact that I'm going to need to splice more material on, I have to use smart splitters. Because that is basically guaranteed for me to know when I run out on this belt. When this belt becomes kaput. Which means I also have to do that on uranium. I don't really need to do one there. Alright. We're going to do the same thing coming the other way. Which is going to be a little bit more of a pain in the butt because it's a little harder to see that one. Go and get these all hooked up, all buttoned up. And then we can, we'll see how far that, like I said, I don't know if that silica belt that I brought up is, if that's a full belt or if that's an unfull belt. A partial belt? Yeah, partial belt. That's the word I was looking for. Englishing is hard sometimes. Kind of looks like it might be a full belt. I'm going to go ahead and throw sinks down on the other belts just so I can try to get an idea. Are they full? Are they not full? Are they junk? We're going to use our little modded sink again. I know some of these belts are not going to be full belts. And I need to figure out which belts aren't full. So right now, my major thing is I'm trying to get rid of any extra. So, like, see, that one's already basically empty. It is not a full belt. We can now comfortably say the one on the right isn't a full belt. But I'm pretty sure one of the other two is as well. Everything looks good. 100% uptime. That's fantastic. I Love to see it. The drawback is not only do I have to try to do the snake in the uranium waste into this, I've also got all these. As you see, the belts are not hooked up back here. Because, I could probably do the belting here. Oh, crap. I just realized something. Not all my uranium waste goes there. Now, that's plutonium pellets. Where the hell else does it go? Uranium waste. Oh, where's the... where do I make the non-fissile? Ah, here. Here. I got one belt that comes from this way. That's probably... Oh, how the f am I going to do that? You know when I said that I had this thought out? Yeah, I might have lied. Give me a second. Give me a second. Okay, so I got 7 belts of non-fissile uranium coming out of this system. This gets waste. This area is supposed to get 1,900 uranium waste. So basically 2 belts. The one entire belt comes this way. Somehow. So one of these belts is... God damn it. Stupid autosave. We take one full belt, and I don't even know if that's actually... Because one of my belts is not full. And I don't know which one it is. There's definitely not enough room for a smart splitter there. Oh, maybe. Get rid of that belt. And I don't know what I'm doing. So this one's going to feed into a smart splitter. Running into problems after problems after problems here. Remember, like I said, I did not think this one out very well. But that doesn't actually have to go there, so. Now, shit. You come here. Okay. Oh, fuck, that could go in quite a bit more. There we go. This might not be as pretty as I originally intended. Okay, so we're gonna send anything to the right, and we'll do overflow to the left, and somehow we'll get that back on track. Okay, I did forget about that one. Go at you. We'll do overflow out the front. There. Dude, freaking auto saves. So we don't need that one. We don't need that one. Right, how's the silica coming? Silica looks like it's filled up. So awesome. The single biggest issue with this entire freaking monstrosity so I'll have 8 belts coming out of this. Yes, I can get 9 onto one of the belts, but because these are stacked up like this, I kind of don't want to. So we'll do groups of 8. So give me 1,000 non-fissile uranium per belt. Oh, roughly 1,000. Now we're just gonna bring them out here. And then we're gonna have to take them underneath. You just don't have a choice. I gotta get past that giant stack of pipes beside me. And the pipes can't go nowhere. The pipes are kinda sort of valuable. That's literally all the nitrogen needed for this portion of the project. Each one's just going to pop out like that, and then I'll have to figure out how to get them to stack up nicely. God damn it. That is so freaking annoying. I don't know if that annoys you guys or not, but definitely annoying to me. And I know it's all based on where I'm looking. It's such a minute change of mouse position switches which side they're on. Sometimes it's irksome. Oh, that doesn't surprise me at all. It's on line right after the beginning of the first blender. Boop, 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 boop. Meow, 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 meow. Each one of these will just move up. Mr. Shy! What's going on, buddy? Oh, but I didn't do that on too many of them. I'm okay. I'm doing the final little touch-ups before turning the nukes on. Oh my God! Don't tell. What the fuck? They come out the wrong way? No! Oh God! Oh, yeah. All that work I just did for nothing. I gotta redo it all. Well, the nice thing is I don't have to bring the belts underneath now. I guess I did plan ahead a little bit. Kind of, sort of. I guess I had planned on bringing them down that way and snaking them around. But at least now I know that A, I don't have to take them underneath. Does it really help me any? Not at all. Do 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 do. But honestly, I don't have to stack that one up. You know the feeling, Corby? What did you do? You guys might remember last week when I was complaining about my mouse, like suddenly not wanting to work all the time. Yeah, it was the battery. Changed the battery and it's been fine ever since. When something needs to be dismantled. Yeah. The worst thing is when something needs to be dismantled because you screwed up. Kind of one of the worst feelings in the world. Yeah, I'm not a big fan of it either, but I don't have a desk, so I kind of have to deal with what I have to deal with. I have to try to remember my numbers as I'm going. That was 5, so this one will be 6. Hopefully I got my spacing correctly. Does look like it. Unfortunately, this is another one of those cases of I can't really do much until I turn the nukes on. And I can't sync the product coming this way, so I have to be I have to be really sure I'm hooking stuff up where it needs to be hooked up. Because each belt's going to very quickly fill up and start backlogging. So a belt's going to act like it's a 1200 belt for a bit of time and then start emptying out down to 1100 belt. This is when a mod that would allow you to sync unsyncable things would come in handy, but I refuse to do that. If I had to come back and adjust things, I will. The drawback is I know that very bottom belt is going to be my worst belt. I did not get my spacings correct here. Oh, it's because they're, yeah. It's because this is the one with the gap. Mind the gap. Honestly, I'm not 100% sure if the reason why people dislike doing nuclear so much is the complexity or just the massive amount of steps you have to go through that you can't sync anything. And they both kind of suck. It's a very, very complex system. Because, I mean, I'll say I've got a lot of machines for my rocket fuel, but it's not really all that complicated. For me, it's just the sheer number of machines. Do, 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 do. Do. But at the same time, the complexity is kind of what always draws me to wanting to do nuclear. I enjoy when things are complex like this. And I feel, yep, I skipped a belt. I'm gonna say, it feels like I skipped a belt. Because I did. Alright, so we got at least one belt going somewhere here. So this will make all my non-fissile uranium. Cross, what's going on, buddy? I am here, show you spicy rock. We've already shown you lots of spicy rock. Today's not spicy rock day. Oh yeah, this is the one that's at that weird fucking height. Damn, I kind of forgot about that. It's like 1 meter off where it's supposed to be. I think it's either 1 meter or half meter. Oh, it's 1 meter. I'm doing pretty good. Okay. So we're going to have a solid belt coming in on the right. So I want a smart splitter on that. Shit. That would work. All right, I got my idea. Is that the right height? Yeah, it kind of sort of looks like it. Whereas normally I would have the half nudge, I'm going to go with a full nudge this time. Because that will allow me to sneak past this merger. But we're just going to do this. Today is belt work. Today is final belt work. Ah, screw you. It didn't click. Click. Nuclear meltdown when? Probably in a couple minutes. I'll be honest. Okay, so 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. I got no delusions of... Well, first and foremost, we're going to turn it on for a little while and let things flow. Shit. And then we will turn it off. Let it empty out. We'll probably be turning it on and off a few times today. Because it's probably going to take me a few times to get things dialed in exactly as they should be. Because I did not set up the reactors to be able to like turn one row or one belt on at a time. It was probably something I should have done. But things I should have done and things I did do are not the same damn thing. Okay. Yep, let's go. Let's go and get some going. Why is nuclear water on? Oh, nuclear water is not on. Shit. Give me a second. I want to hear the click-clack melody of death. How is Quickwire turned off, but it's obviously running over here? And why in the hell is a whole lot of that backed up? Why do I see a lot of yellow? All right. Those are the first ones. Those should be... Yeah, if... No. Got to figure out where these belts go. The easiest way, ride the belt. These go to the very end. Why are they backed up? Tony Hawk belt skater. Let me do a couple kick flips for you. You know what the hell? That shouldn't be like that. Perfekt. Das Fugen? Well, go take care of your match, and we'll see how far I've gotten by the time you're back. I'm just gonna go turn Quickwire off for a minute. Let all the backup empty out. How the hell do you have power? Why is this saying that it's turned on when it's turned off? This is nuclear quickwire. This is the off position. Anybody else see this? Why is this? Or is this freaking lying to me? Oh, okay. Nuclear water is turned on, but so I can't actually easily turn on and off. Oh no, I can turn nuclear water off to actually turn the entire power plant off. Because if they're not getting no water, they ain't getting no water. They ain't getting no water, they can't burn no waste or burn no fuel. I never hooked up power wire to the power plants. That's right. So let's go hook up power wires to all the nuclear reactors. That should be fun. Yeah, very, very quickly ran out of water, which is fine. Just realized I don't know if I ever set the overclock on the 307th. I know 306 of these are supposed to run like full blast. And then the very, very last one is supposed to run just a little bit slower. Be nice to come through here and clean up all these extra wires, all my flight lines. So this is number 307 right here. And it is not underclocked. So let me get the proper clock speed for this. It is supposed to be at 120%. Yeah, we're not playing with spicy rock today. We're playing with spicy goo. Just realized it'd probably make a lot more sense to do both of these lines at the same time. The goo must flow. Yeah, like this definitely goes a little bit faster. I mean, I already got a 200 foundation platform to fly down multiple times, so the fact I can do it in like 4 trips instead of 7 would make me happy. One thing I might do is I might go ahead and cut the belt coming out of the fuel rod storage bin. Only let these things burn off the fuel rods that are on the belts, which is thousands. But we already got a little bit of waste moving. But if I cut the supply line from the fuel rods, that's at least a limiter. Basically, you can only make so much waste because I'm quite literally cutting you off. That looked like it didn't go together correctly. Looked like it connected the one from the right to the one on the left, and that's not how I want to run it. The worst thing is, I realized after I did my water pipes, what I should have done is I should have ran them in a similar power line where I could turn off row by row of the nukes. Looking at the power wire, the way I laid it out, with it just being one giant zigzag, it's either all or nothing. Obviously, I can fly over here and turn off individual power plants, but A, it's quite the trip to get over here. B, that's a lot of work. And thank you to YouTube subscriber number 511. You are awesome. Not 100% sure if you're awesome from here or awesome from the videos. Because I know that the videos are doing well. But I'm still going to shout it out. So if you are currently listening, you are awesome. Alright, let me go down and get on the other. I want to be over there when I turn these on. If you did not notice, I did disconnect the belt that feeds the uranium rods into the reactors. So once they've eaten all the rods they have, they will turn off because they don't have any more go-go juice. Oh, and I installed Sky UI. Came in very handy for making the video. There. That's about my stop anyways. Thank you. Just take a little taxi ride on the one of the belt highways. The concrete's moving pretty good. I wonder if I got that sinking. Yep, there's all my concrete going into the sinks. Again, same as before, I have to use smart splitters so I can more easily tell where I run out of material. And I have to do it on the other way as well. Basically, anytime I'm running a belt that's not all that pure, I have to do this. If whatever is coming out of the belt doesn't easily line up to a single set of machines, I need smart splitters. There's just too many times the math gets funky. And I can only know if the math is going to get funky once they're actually all fired up. Had I known that wasn't actually set up correctly, because this is one of my disposals. These should all be full. I don't have to do smart splitters on this. And literally that goes from there to there and hooks into this entire giant line. I'm going to turn my notifications off on my phone so you guys don't have to hear my text tone all the time. They probably have a little bit, yeah, we definitely have some waste here. Little bit of spice. Little bit of funk. I'm gonna let all those assemblers fill up with concrete and then we'll turn those on again. Because I do need to be able, I have to be able to run through each process. Because like once the waste is generated, I can't get rid of it unless I process it through every one of these steps. Like I can't drop waste into the trash can because fix it does not waste. I also can't drop, I don't think I can drop non-fissile uranium in there. I don't think I can drop plutonium pellets in there. I do not believe I can drop plutonium cells in there. I can drop plutonium. The plutonium rods. Ooh. Guess while we're waiting, I need to hook these up. Looks like I forgot to do this step. That's fine. Gives me something to do while I wait for those those assemblers to fill up with concrete. Alright, that's all done. How are we doing on filling up the assemblers? Not fantastic. Oh yeah, I don't think any of these are legit, true, 100% pure 1200 belts. We got a couple minutes to wait. Go down and check something real quick. I'm back. Yep, I had my weekend, and I'm back. Oh. Okay, what the fuck's going on here? Silica. The hell? That's sulfur. Where the hell's my silica come in? There's a lot of manufacturers. Yes, it is. What's going on, Stewie? I'm waiting on smart plating to finish phase 2. Yeah, that one always sucks. Doesn't look like I'm getting enough silica to feed here. Or that's not a smart splitter. Oh, it's a smart splitter. It's set correctly. I don't feed silica on again till way down here. Something ain't right here. Was I supposed to? Like I run out of silica here. I should be injecting more silica here. Fuck it. How the hell did this get screwed up? I appreciate it, bud. We got plenty of silica there. We ain't getting shit here. Hold on, let me check something. So I should have 3,831 silica for the next step. $3,831 silica. What's going on, Johnny? Something ain't right here. And the weird thing is, like, this has been hooked up for a while. Why is it just now screwing up? And dark projects. What are we talking about? Dark projects. What kind of dark projects you got going on, Wattage? That might explain why the quick wire's backed up. So I need to figure out what's going on with all the silica. It's almost like there's a belt that was hooked up that for some reason isn't hooked up now. How's Monarchy going, Wattage? I popped into a couple streams and I've seen you in chat, so I can't really watch Ark anymore. Still pop in and drop likes on people. Did you start earlier? Well, I start at noon on Tuesdays and Thursdays, and Drake's smacking me with a posture check. Yeah, I've been popping into shell streams from time to time. Which kind of keep my mouth shut. My bad for being late. No, not a problem, man. Not a problem at all. We got a problem with silica right now. Like, for some reason, some of my silica just ain't there. You're up to you got your rocket fuel going? Awesome. Alright, you still gotta get the generators going. Patrol the big names and enjoy the smaller ones? Yeah. There's a lot of smaller ones this time. I need to go check, see what the fuck's going on with my silica. Like, all my silica is right here. Start at the beginning of the line and start working my way down. Like I said, it's almost like I've got a belt that's not being fed on. But at the same time, I'm only supposed to have 3,800. That's 3 full belts and a partial, which is kind of what I have. So I'm kind of wondering if I'm just not... Yeah. Let's go actually take a look at silica production. Let's go all the way back to the beginning of silica, make sure everything is working correctly there, and then trace backwards. And I'm gonna go grab a cup of coffee real quick. Okay. Is it night or is the planet just black? It's night on the planet. Nah, this planet's always been like terraformed. You're thinking of the other game I play. Yeah, das fuck. The hell's going? Whoa, whoa! Where the hell's my limestone? Oh. Squeeze me? It's like scorched daytime for 23 hours and a blip night. Yeah, something like that. Yeah. That's where everything comes in. So do I... Oh. I might just hook that up to a different belt. Yeah, that one right there. We got a belt that's definitely got some problems. Because I'm not using all my limestone. But that belt there's a problem there. And that seems to be coming from the south. Because it was pretty far over here. So now here's the fun. Trying to find the belt on the highway. There. It's not... it is coming from the south. Yep, there it is. The fuck is going on there? Third setup. Yeah, the problem with getting on the belt is I have to go back I have to go the way it's coming from. Now see, this is a huge problem because I sunk all my belts. I made sure all my belts were running properly, and that's third up, so that should be a 1200 belt. But it's right there. That looks like a 600 belt. Because that looks too evenly spaced to be anything else. Now, we double-checked all this shit months, weeks upon weeks ago before I even started building this crap. I mean, lucky enough, I'm not using all my limestone, so I could easily just tie another belt there. But it's got me very, 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 very curious why that belt's not running 1200. What did I screw up somewhere so that belt is not running at 1200? I'd rather fix the problem than just, you know, not deal with it. Well, the problem with that could be, but it's running too evenly. That is running at 600. It's kind of sad when you played the game long enough to literally look at a belt and know exactly how many's on it without using a throughput monitor. So if it's a fully overclocked pure node, a Mark V would have it running at 780. Those gaps are too well spaced out to be anything but 600. Now it just comes down to where does that belt come from? Oh, I don't need a throughput monitor on it. I mean, one way or another, it's not running correctly, so that's kind of all I care about right this second. Yeah, conveyor throughput monitor. Okay, there's a fair amount of limestone coming up from here in the blue crater. I have to figure out where that's coming on from. Yeah, I knew what you meant. Doesn't seem like it's coming on from here in the crater. Oh, there it is. It's a crater belt. Okay. Now, give me my power back. Huh. Got some problems here, folks. I'll bet you money it was daisy chained in with the coal gens. Yeah, I'll bet you money it was daisy chained with that coal from those coal gens. And when I took all the coal gens out, I cut the power to it. So yeah, if I was literally sending half as much limestone into the silica production, that would definitely explain why my silica was not working. Yeah, easy fix. And I'm glad to see it was just an easy fix. And like I said earlier, I've got multiple limestone belts that I'm not using. Limestone's one of the resources I've got that I can't turn it all into power. So it's just meh. But at the same time, I would rather come by and find what the problem actually is than just, we'll just use this other belt. Because that way, if I decide I want to do something stupid with the limestone, like turn it all into concrete, I got a bunch of limestone and a bunch of iron. I could turn it all into heavy modular frames. Those sing for a decent chunk. And welcome in, G. So we'll switch back to my hover pack, and we'll just ride the highway. I don't know. Are you guys more of the just switch to another belt that's not being used, or go find the problem type of person? Which way would you have gone in this situation? Would you have taken the easy way and just put an easy belt on there and just ignored the problem? Or taken a little bit of time to actually trace the belt back and find what the issue was and fix it? Gee, it's called chat engagement. But at the same time, I do like to know like what other players would do. It's partially chat engagement and partially, you know, it's a legitimate question. A small problem turns into a huge one later on. Yeah. You know, I don't know anything about huge problems, Drake. We've had no problems at all in this playthrough, right? This playthrough's been just absolutely flawless the whole time. Yeah, I'm looking at you, Turbo Fuel. Fuck off. Fucking Turbo Fuel. Yeah, but see, the problem is, with the scale I'm building at, a small problem is a massive one. It wasn't math, it was me not knowing how to count. There's a difference. And I even put that in the latest video if you didn't see it, Fitz. Like, there's literally a blurb, like I say in the video, that hell, I can't even count most of the time. No. 97 was Shy. 99 was me. I have to fix it. It always snowballs into a lot. Yeah. I'll own my 99. Yeah. 99 equals 103 was me. And I'll own that. I try to own up to my flubs. My flubs. Ah. Look at it go. Look at it go, baby. What's the YouTuber thing? Let's go! Some shit like that? I don't know. Yay! Yeah, because these are definitely the ones that weren't running very well. 16%, 27%, 45%. Yep. Problem solved. Bunch of people not using all their fingers and toes. Exactly. I don't have that many fingies and toes. I may have been around a lot of uranium, but I do not have 103 freaking fingies and toes. I don't think there's a single person who's ever played this game, or any game that is math heavy, that hasn't made a math issue, or a math error. Again, mine wasn't a math error. Mine was a I can't count error. There's a slight difference there. Alright, yellow lights. Because apparently 14 plus 14 equals 34. It doesn't? That's what my fingies tell me. So now I have to let these machines fill back up. Which is fine. But look enough, this isn't that huge of a problem because I'm not even using this right now. Yeah, I know. 14 plus 14 is 28. Okay. Let's go over and look at the assemblers and see if they're full of concrete. If they are, we'll turn on the waste. Now just bear in mind, each one of those generators... Okay, so I make 150... I don't remember how many I make. I have forgotten how many rods I make. 153.24. 0.24. I burn that every single minute. But, I got about 20 minutes worth of fuel rods over there. How long have you been playing on this particular save? We're at 1,137 hours. Oh, you guys, we're still not full on concrete. I even, I found a big old flub, and I fixed it, and we're still not full. Yep, that's screw it. Let's turn on the goo. Let's turn on the goo. The goo must flow. Well, I mean, I have built a ginormous power plant here. Okay, here comes the goo. Remember, always warn them before you just shoot your goo. Is this first start? Yes. Shy, if you're around, I just turned on the nuclear generator, the power plant. I know you wanted to see when the power plant got turned on. I don't know. Can I hit 14.7? Now bear in mind, I do still have fuel generators turned down. Come on, Big Boom. I kind of wish Nuke would actually legitimate meltdown in this game. But there is 14.4 terawatts. I am 0.3 shy of my goal. Where the fuck is my goo? Where is my goo? Oh, I got a little bit of goo. One player gamer, what's going on? The problem is probably just waiting for it to get down here. Yep, here it comes. Yeah, I think a lot of it boils down to the ones that are at 1%. Look at it go! It's so pretty! Hardcore mode idea. Nukes go boom. Entire map becomes unplayable and you need to start over. I'd be down for that. Now bear in mind, some of those belts aren't hooked up to anything. At all. So that nuclear waste can't go anywhere. Crap. But we are officially making non-fissile uranium, ladies and gentlemen! Look at the spicy broccoli go! We got waste coming down here. All those belts, all those pipes. Dude, shut up. I'm very well aware of how many freaking belts and pipes and everything else I have in this playthrough. I'm just saying, I'd be down for the idea that you could literally make portions of your map unplayable by it just being massively irradiated. So one thing I do need to do is I need to make sure that whatever belt is feeding in here currently is flowing at the full 1100. Which is this belt right here. Are we getting a full 1100? And if not, why? I don't know about you, but that number does not seem to say 1100 to me. I'm not great at counting and stuff, but that doesn't say 1100. And 75 is the new 1100. Or less hard mode idea, 1 square kilometer around the reactor becomes radioactive for 1,000 hours. Yeah, I can deal with that. I mean, 1,000 hours isn't that long for me, right? Okay, so I need to figure out why that belt. Now, first and foremost, I need to know which belt that is. I think that's belt number 3. Yes, that is belt number 3. Which is not actually going to be all that hard to trace because it literally is going to be one of the only ones that's actually moving. So we're now back over to the reactors. But this is why I disconnected the fuel rods going into the machines. I don't have that many belts. Oh yeah, somebody asked me during last stream to put my save into Satisfactory calculator and read some of the reports. And I did. And I guess it reset between now and then. So, I'll throw my save in there again real quick. Give me just a second. Okay, desktop. That's gonna take a hot minute. Ah! I mean, like I normally say, I mean, I like to build big. Because it's 44 times 25. So if it's running at 1175, that kind of makes me think there's literally a machine that's not running. How many generators are on them? 780. this is belt number 3 right here. Now that's still not running at 1100. So, do we have a generator that's not pumping out Now, it could easily be because the water's not filled up because I'm turning them on and off with the water, which is not what I want to do. Possibly. But I think you got my blueprint. Yes, we are at 14 million. For now. Bear in mind, for now. No power. Our line is hooked up. It has fuel. It has no water. This is why I have a catwalk. Need that 300 gigawatts? Yep. Well, like I said, there's 78 generators that are not running at 248%. Okay, so this is belt number 3. That's running even crappier now. It's running at 100%, but I'm going to flip it off and on just to make that fill up. We're just going to do that all the way down the row. No, my goal is to have 14.7 consistently. Like, permanently. By the way, if you weren't aware, quickly turning it off and on back like this sets it into idle mode, which allows it to fill up. So if you ever want to fill something like this, that's all you have to do. I just have to do this 44 times. If you guys would be so kind, keep an eye on this 100% and let me know if you see it dip below that before I flip it off and on. It's going to go quick, so you got to be on your toes. There's 98. This is just letting it run for a minute and back on, so maybe a dip in production. And thank you to YouTube subscriber number 512. You are awesome. I don't care what anybody else says. That one's full of water. So I don't know why the hell you're at 98. Unless they paused for a second because they didn't have enough. Ow. Yeah, I might know why. Remember that split second that I had to redo that power line? The problem with daisy chaining is everything after it went offline. Maybe that was the problem. Funny thing is, the ones that are like completely out of water are running at 100%. The ones that are like completely full of water are sitting at 98. But just bear in mind that number is going to start going down here in a little bit. Because remember, most of that waste doesn't have anywhere to go. So because it doesn't have anywhere to go, yeah, the reactors are going to back up. But that's also one of the reasons why these belts are supposed to be 1100, not 1200. So they have that little bit of wiggle room. And thank you for following over there on the Twitchy Twitch Frogs. I greatly appreciate it. And welcome in, bud. Bad thing is I gotta like mentally tell myself, I gotta behave myself now. I'm monetized. I can't be my normal self. I gotta behave a little bit. Okay, do we have this belt running at 1100? If it's running at 1100, then I can do the next belt. $10.89, $10.90. Okay, so it's climbing. Oh, fuck you. It's still climbing. Come on, uppies. We need uppies. 95. 97, 98. Come on, do it. No, wrong way, wrong direction. $1,100, yay! Okay, we can get rid of that piece of crap now. So we got at least one belt running true. I don't know why that belt is running so crappy. Vogue, what's going on, buddy? We hit 14 mil. I'm definitely going to have to come see why the hell belt number 7 is running that piss poor. New Satisfactory player here, about to work on my first Megafactory. Any advice going into phase 4? Yep, finally green stuff. Going into phase 4, once you actually get into phase 4, my first priority would be aluminum production. Aluminum is the bane of your existence, but as soon as you unlock aluminum production, once you actually have the ability to make aluminum, go look for hard drives. Look for the sloppy alumina recipe and the pure aluminum ingot recipes. You will thank me for that. Those two recipes in and of themselves will save you so much headache. Yeah, also you get the hover pack after you unlock aluminum, which is game changing. Huh. Ow, we're still waiting for silica to get down here. Oh shit, I don't have silica hooked up. I have completely filled all those machines with freaking nuclear waste. Because I have all my silica going down belts because we were trying to figure out why my silica was being so much of a pain in the bit. Yeah. If you don't get those recipes for aluminum, the bauxite to aluminum literally puts out silica and as a byproduct. You may also want to look up some video guides on aluminum production. It's kind of a pain in the butt. I honestly think aluminum production has probably stopped more people from continuing in this game than anything else. Like, there's a lot of people who stop at coal because once you put coal and water in, that becomes complicated. But if coal wasn't hard for you, aluminum's the next one that's going to make you scratch your head. Setting up oil power wasn't too bad. Took me a second, but I figured it out. Yeah, oil power is not that bad. I mean, you can come set mine up. That's those refineries right there. All those red ones you see, that's just turbo fuel. That's not including all the oil ones. Okay. So we got waste. Why? Oh. Shit! Yeah, that's a problem too. Fitz, do you remember the number I have for turbo fuel? Now, I'm just curious. Okay, so there's 1,000 on each of these belts. How much do each one of these take? 250. Oh, cool. Fuck, that's easy. That's easy mode. So 1, 2, 3, 4. No. Couple more than that. For turbo fuel, there's 700. Now, bear in mind, I am running a very weird overclock on my turbo fuel. The reason I'm running a weird overclock is so I set a nice balanced number. Okay, so 1, 2, 3, 4. Get rid of this problem. There's no spicy spice going. Yeah, I think I'm at 213.3334 for turbo fuel. I'd have to go check, and I'm not really interested in doing that right this second. Oh, caps is not a problem, man. Yeah, see, that's why I'm running a weird overclock. So I don't have that weird number. Because I'm running exactly, I think I got 40. Yeah, I got 40 coming out each one. Okay. The drawback is I don't remember how... Oh, shit. That very first belt there has a weird number on it. Because these four, 40.5. But that's not really that big of an issue. I've got 2 of these underclocked. And I think I've got 1 at the end of each line, which I don't need. I just need them on that belt that's not going to feed pure. Yeah, see, weird overclock speed. So just remember 81%. I think I got that on both of these. No, great tip for new players. Slide jumping is your friend. %, and give me those back. 81%. So this one is going to eat 81. That one's going to eat 81. So that's 162 plus 500. So that's 662. Come over here, we got 40.5. Somebody remember 662. So I got 162. 250. Alright, that's right. That's 662. So 250, 250, 81, 81. So basically every particle accelerator eats 2 blenders. I think we can kind of remember that one. 1, 2, 3, and 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. Awesome. Yep, I'm happy about that. Thank you, one player. I appreciate that. For anybody new here, I normally can't remember numbers. So there's a lot of times I'll ask my chat to remember numbers for me. So when I make a mistake, you guys can laugh at it. Or count. Yeah, or count. That kind of comes into not remembering numbers, though. It's not that I can't, it's not so much that I can't count, it's that I lose count. Since I play this game, I hate numbers. See, the worst thing is I love math. Math has always been my best subject. I definitely have a squirrel's brain. The worst thing is that I actually looked at these numbers beforehand. I would have had these all set up before I even tried to do this crap. But until I can until I get this portion set up, I can't really continue with the nukes. Yeah, this game has not changed my love of math. It has definitely highlighted my inability to do what a lot of people would consider basic math, but I do it in a very weird way. But I was always that kid, back when I was a kid, who could never show my work in class because the way I did my work, the way I did the work, wasn't the way the teacher wanted me to do it. I got in trouble a lot because either I didn't show my work because I did the whole damn thing in my head, and the teachers argued with me that it was impossible to do the numbers I was doing in my head, or because when I did show my work, it wasn't the way they taught me how to do it. It's like, oh, I got the right number, so kiss my butt. Okay, go ahead and bring these three over here. Yeah. I ran into that one a lot. Not to mention, I'm a child of the 80s. Like, I grew up in the 80s, so a lot of people will tell you that, you know, being a smart kid in the 80s, 1, 2, 3, 4, generally got you more bullied than anything else. So, like, I never really acted like I was smart. And in a hell of a lot of ways, I am really, really dumb. And I'll own that. I don't care. Smart in the 80s equals no friends. Yeah, smart in the 80s also means getting your ass kicked a lot. Oh, being smart and goofy looking. For some reason, goofy looking worked in my favor in the 90s. And I don't think I have to explain what I mean by in that regard. Okay. Grab this. Put it on top. I hate soup mode. Alright, we're just going to run this one straight down. Ah, shit. That's 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. Get rid of that. Get rid of that. Yep, see, that's what I was talking about. Fix it. Does not waste. Drake redeemed another hydrate. Thank you, Drake. Keeping me from losing my voice. God damn it. I need to find that camera because Drake knows that I'm not sitting up straight. Oh, and God damn it. Ow! Why do you hate me, Drake? You put me through pain. I'm old. Stop making me do exercises. That's as close to an exercise as I'm getting. I'm old and fat. That's it, right there. If he's sitting in front of my window, I want to know how he's seeing through the curtains. It's all about the tone. Have fun with that one, Fitz. Are you using my blueprint? I like my tower. So 1, 2, 3, 4. Cool. So now we have no uranium waste here. Why do we not have any uranium waste here? No. Because I never set up the smart splitter correctly? Yep, that's why. The tower blueprints are in my Discord. They're in the Satisfactory channel under, literally the link is just, do you do tutorials too? I did some guided playthrough videos, but they were not very well received, so I stopped doing them. Yes, you can use a blueprint made on a Mark III even if you have not unlocked a Mark III or a Mark II. Like, hell, you can actually use a Mark III blueprint as soon as you unlock the ability to use blueprints. You just can't edit them. Now that I'm getting a little bit better on my editing game and my videos are being received a little bit better, I might go back to doing a guided playthrough. Okay. So non-fissile uranium. So now we got to bleed all that out of the system. I was wondering why we weren't getting... If anybody is curious as to what I'm doing here, I'm literally trying to hold down Control, Shift, W, and tap the V button as fast as I can, and my hand is already starting to hurt. Yeah, because I at least wanted to get through to aluminum on my guided playthrough, because I know that's somewhere that a lot of people suffer. I know, I saw that. Is there a more efficient alternate recipe for iron ingots? Yes. Yes. Yes, there are. There are 5 separate recipes for iron ingots. And that is one thing I am going to work on. I think this weekend I'm going to do a 10 recipes I will never use video. Like, I did my top 10 alternate recipes. I think the other side of that is, and I will never, ever use. Or you're going to have to try to break my arm to get me to use them. Like leached iron ingots. Will never happen. The absolute best recipe you can use is, I mean, leached is slightly more efficient at 5 to 10 than the 7 to 13. But you can do the same thing with throwing a little limestone in there. I'd rather not throw away sulfur. Hell, even... Yeah, that sounds good. Pure iron ingot is most people's favorite one. Leached can be good if you have extra sulfur that you don't feel like using, and you're okay with basically throwing away, and that for something you can just do with water. But I don't know. It's ucky to me. It's ucky. There you go. It's ucky. Okay. Have we emptied out all this? No. I'm just gonna take. Why does that seem like it's moving? Okay, was it just me, or did that seem like it was moving really, really, really slow? Yeah, pure iron ingot is kind of one of the best recipes one of the best recipes for iron, though. Like I showed, basic iron ingot isn't bad. You unlock it earlier with just the foundry, and it's just limestone and iron. But most people swear by these because water is the single most plentiful resource on the map. I mean, literally, that entire factory there is built above water so I could use pure recipes. Okay. We'll check you. Oh, you're actually empty. Would be the first one or the last one that would be full? It's the first ones. Just give me you guys. I'll go put these in. So I'm just gonna grab a bunch of these so I can try to clear the belt a little bit. Actually, you know what? We're going to do this a slightly different way. Organization, industrial storage. Come on. Right there. Thank you. You can go in there. You can go there. I don't care about the clipping for right now. I guess I made a bad choice making my iron factory in the desert. Not really. I mean, you can pipe water in. Or like I said, use one of the alloy recipes, either limestone and iron or iron and copper. There's a ridiculous amount of most resources on the map. So I'm just gonna do basically this crate. Because this will, and like I said, I'm not super worried about the clipping for right now. We'll fix the clipping in a little bit. This just lets me empty out those machines. And since I got a bunch of spicy crap in my pocket, we're just going to come over here and shove these into a bunch of these machines. Are we turning on the reactors today? The reactors are on, bud. I mean, you tell me. Hey, you can ask anybody who was here. I literally said, Shy, I'm turning on the reactors. Yeah, I probably would not be doing 10K iron with the default recipe, but that's just me. Okay, so that should clear all that backlog I had. Okay. But this is one of the reasons why I don't run these at 1200. We're just gonna grab all this crap. Sometimes it's just faster to grab the crap. I did 86,400 iron ore with the default recipe because I like to torture myself. That sounds like it. I mean, that's most of the iron off the map. Unless you're using randomization. I have to remember that's a thing. Let's go! Just unlocked the hover pack for the first time ever. It's so OP. I love the hover pack. You notice how there's a gap. That gap is intentional. Oh, and your help with turning down the belt settings was a game changer for me. I don't have the lag anymore when I'm working on those larger areas. Awesome. There's map randomizing? Yes, there is. It's a 1.2 thing. Well, it's okay. It's not really map randomization. It's node randomization. You can turn on having the nodes in random places. Oh, that's not even a good way. The node locations are fixed. Like, even if you turn on map randomization, there will be a node here. There will be a node here and here and yada, yada, yada. There will be a node. Node randomization randomizes what node is there. And you can change your purities. I think that makes a little bit of sense like that. Okay. This is running at 98%. But that's got 279 freaking uranium waste in it. And like I said, we have 1100 uranium waste per belt. Each one of these wants 93.75. That is enough for just shy of 12 machines. So I shouldn't actually have enough waste to feed this machine, but I do. I will not, though. We know full well it will run out. Math doesn't lie. Even though that says 1200 or 500. Actually, yeah. That's 12 machines. Unless this one here at the very end is my underclocked one. Which is not. It's those are down there at that end. Just did the math for my pure iron recipe. For my setup, I'll need 6100 water. Okay, so you need 11 pipes. That's not that bad. Do 4x3 grid, 4 high, 3 wide, and just literally not run one of your pipes. Always run more water than what you need. Water is plentiful. Why does that seem like it's going into more machines? Yeah, that's number 14. That's 13 and 14. It shouldn't even be doing 11. It shouldn't even be doing 12. Currently running 26 Mark II pipes just for my Caterium ore. Not all that bad considering I just unlocked the Mark II pipes. Yep. Now, while I'm waiting for this to balance out, because I think the problem is they're not running completely 100% true just yet. So we will be running out of waste. Oh shit! I know exactly what happened. I know what happened. I'll bet you money I come down here and look at this. Yep. Remember, that belt's supposed to be 1100. What does that belt say? That doesn't say 1100, right? When can you see what, Shy? I've told you before, I'm not taking my pants off on stream. It's not happening. Reactors. They're more sexy anyway. I beg to differ on that. I thought you saw the reactors. No, while we wait for that belt to empty out. But that is why I'm currently running. I have more machines eating waste than what I should have. Remember, I had smart splitters that weren't splitting properly, and I had all that spicy broccoli that wasn't going anywhere. How much water am I making? There's 614 pipes. Or sorry. There's 614 water extractors for 307 pipes. Yeah, literally turning on my nuke plant and everything involves turning my water extractors on. The drawback is because uranium waste stacks to, or any nuclear waste stacks to 500. There's 44 refineries in that row. How much power am I making? We're down to 9.6. Now bear in mind, you see a lot of these barrels aren't moving. Woo! I forgot how much I love those lights. I love these things. They're so cool. I got skylights, baby. I was at 14.5. Give me a second. There we go. Can I see the back of the reactor? What, where the power connector is? Yeah, bear in mind, some of the generators are not. There are 78 generators that are not running at full potential. And until I get rid of all the waste. Yeah, the back of the nuke isn't all that impressive. Now, here's the thing that a lot of people don't realize. Any building that has these catwalks built in, a normal catwalk T-junction will, or any of the catwalk pieces, will snap to those. All right, I'm gonna take a ride on the spicy line. holy belts? What are you referring to with holy belts? For anybody who's new around here, the idea for this playthrough was we came up with this back in 1.1, towards the end of 1.1. But it was if you took every single resource on the map and turned it all into power, not trying to build anything else. If it didn't make power or make power go up, it wasn't allowed. How much power could you make? The theory was 14.757 terawatts, or 14,757,000 and some change. That does not include the geothermal. Put it all back. Put all of it back. So in this playthrough, I'm literally eating every drop of uranium on the map, every drop of deuterium, sulfur, oil, nitrogen, deuterium. I'm probably gonna say a couple of these multiple times. Basically everything of everything except for iron, copper, and limestone. Those three resources I have extra. Fix It would be so proud. Yeah, I think so. I have turned this entire planet into a giant Tesla supercharger. Okay, so we know full well. The drawback is I have to let... I just saw a gap. Oh, it's because it's when that machine needs to eat. Okay, well, we know it can feed 11 machines. So, it's 11.7 something, whatever. So we're going to put a priority merger right here. I'm going to try to do this quick before I fill up on, or before that belt fills up any more on nuclear waste. Set up, and we're going to put another one set the exact same way underneath that. It's taking too long. What do you mean it's taking too long? Okay, and we're going to set this to anything this way, overflow this way. I want to grab another belt. Hey, children, behave. Okay, so now with 2,200 two belts, I can feed up to 23 and a half machines. The biggest problem with this is this belt here is not actually running the number it's supposed to be running. There is excess uranium waste back at the nuke plant. Just something I can kind of sort of work on. We can go down and we can put a storage bin for each and every line, which will allow any excess to fill up. And then we can literally just go check out the storage line to see how much backlog there is. Well, speaking of which, I also need to check to see how much I need to see how much storage I have on heat sinks. Okay, it's slowly filling up. The reason there's a bunch of storage for heat sinks there, for anybody who isn't super familiar with this playthrough, I have a little bit of issue burning off all my oil at the moment, turning my oil into heavy oil residue, that into fuel, fuel into turbo fuel, that into rocket fuel, and then burning it all off. And if I can't burn off every single drop of oil, I can't get all the polymer resin that I need to make all my plastic and rubber. Mainly rubber. Rubber is the end of my polymer resin to something else stage. All the rubber gets turned into heat sinks. Now see, this is a slight problem. I don't really have anywhere to put these storage bins. No, I'm doing that as a limiter for right this second. Yeah, it is a lot of waste. 7,662 per minute when everything's running correctly, which it's not right now. Does it not concern? No, it doesn't concern me at all. Unfortunately, this game doesn't give you like legit nuclear meltdowns. All that happens is they fill up with waste and turn off. How was belt 4 running? Oh yeah, I do have belt 4 hooked up. That makes sense. Fucking momentum. I hate that. It's probably at the very, very end. So I'm looking for anything that actually has excess waste. Which isn't really that hard to figure out. Because I'm just trying to consume everything from the left one. And that one's been running for a little while. Yeah, 500. 500. 500. 500. 500. 500. 498. So that one's starting to empty out. 497. 67. 350. Alright, so this is the beginning of my backlog. You fit in like that? Yep. So we're just gonna take all that extra. Just gonna dump it all in a bin. I'm going to take the bin with me. I'm gonna take the contents of the bin with me, and then we'll hook that back up. That one's now empty. That one's emptying out pretty nicely. By the way, for anybody curious, I'm down to 67 filters and dropping fast. Uranium waste is very, very, very spicy. Not as bad as plutonium, but it's kind of spicy. We are up to 10 terawatts, by the way. Yeah, it does. The more waste you have around, the spicier it gets. So we're just going to grab another 200 filters. Be fine. I'll refill that in about a minute. Because if you actually watch this gauge, you'll notice it starts slowing down as this gets lower and lower. Cross! I just need to get all this uranium waste out of these machines. And every machine that empties out means the next one's going to empty that much faster. Yeah, we're definitely backed up on waste. Oh yeah. I loaded my save into calculator for anybody curious. I currently have 2,196.83 kilometers of beltway, 785.22 kilometers of pipes, 148,000 items that qualify as foundations. Anybody curious about stuff like that? You're holding waste in inventory? Yep, I know. I'm going to be holding a lot more in inventory in a second. I'm going to pick up that whole bin of waste and take it with me. I'm going to go through and hand feed a lot of machines. But thank you for that, Tonatix. Technically speaking, there is a way you can destroy uranium waste. It's a tedious pain in the ass, but there is a way. Or put it in a bin somewhere. Nope. Remember, that's one of the rules. You don't have to screw this shit. It's all going into my inventory anyway, so boop. I am way too impatient for this crap. Boop. And boop. Just to let you guys know, I'm currently at 251 filters. And I currently have a lot of waste on me. I don't have the biomass. God damn it. I'm so close to it, though. Give me a second. What the hell do I have wood on me for? I thought you could do that. Oh well, whatever. 245 filters. I'll call them out like every 5 filters I eat through. Yeah, but that's going to be one at a time. Is that just not seeing the flush? Where's flush? Really? Oh.
Did you not see the sign?
But yes, if you really wanted to, you could one by one dispose of your uranium waste that way. I got way too much for that. Uh, 238 filters, by the way. If you really want to get some distance and some speed, slide jump on a Mark 6 belt. Tony Hawk in the wastelands of the aftermath of a nuclear war? Yeah, kind of. So get past the uranium cells. Get past the uranium rods. Why are you yellow? Okay, you don't have silica. That makes sense. Okay, so I'm just going to shove you in there, you in there, you in there, you in there. The only reason I'm doing this is literally because I'm so close to the limit of a 1200 belt as is. This is a little bit faster. Okay, so that's all the waste out of my pocket. Kind of sad. I wanted to see, I always like having the spicy broccoli laying flat. But, I mean, a stack of spicy broccolis, that's fine. Okay. So we need to bring more uranium this way. And we need to bring silica that way. Broccoli! Yeah, this is the spicy broccoli. Because right now I'm only feeding one belt of silica onto this line. And we already figured out I can do 23 machines with 2 belts. Oh, shit. So that's the equivalent of 12 machines. Or 11 machines. Boop, boop. And yes, I know there's a little bit of waste in my pocket. So we got one there, and we get one here. I always skip a machine because I want a decent sized buffer. And this smart splitter priority merger thing that I'm doing, you don't have to do. It's just, it's how I deal with having kind of funky belts. Because like this says, each of these machines is going to suck down 93.75. I got 2200 even on a belt. As I've said before, this is the 7th game in a row averaging 200 hours per game. I need to start thinking about playing something else soon. Otherwise, I might just break myself. Maybe. You definitely got me beat there, Corpy. Barrel or two of nuclear waste never hurt anybody. I'm nearly positive that's not true. I mean, I'm not completely positive, but I'm pretty goddamn sure that's not true, Cross. Kind of taking a break from Ark. What's going on, Amaya? I mean, it's Ark, so I can already imagine about the drama. Why do you think I don't make content for the game anymore? It's not necessarily, I mean, it's partially because of the game, partially because of... Sadly, most people who held uranium waste in their pockets have died in unrelated ways. Yeah, unrelated ways. I'm noticing that, Shy. Thank you. I love when Shy points stuff like that out to me. And I mean that completely and totally legitimately. I really do like the fact that Shy points that stuff out to me. I have to redo all my piping because belts on my way. Move your belts. You'd have to message me on my Discord, Amaya. All right, so now I'm up to 35 machines. So we're going to go to 34 and splice more on. Now just bear in mind, at some point in time, I'm going to have to put more silica on. Because when you see like the yellow on this, that's because of silica. The 35 I can't do. 34 is 17 divided by 2. We're gonna count to 17, and since I can't count to save my freaking life, we're gonna use the game to count for me. 17. Yeah, I wouldn't really call Ark a shooting game though. And it's not. I don't think it's that she's being harassed in game. I'll take care of it. Amaya is one of my moderators. I take care of her. She knows that. Building those 30 nuclear power plants was a huge undertaking for me, and afterwards I decided I'd never touch that again. Dealing with nuclear waste makes me lose my temper very quickly. Yeah. Well, if you notice, Corpy, I don't have the uranium rods. They're not feeding into the reactor, so once they run out of rods, they're kind of out. And I did that intentionally. I do want to try to sneak these over this way a little bit. Though I do need to leave a little bit of gap like that. Alright, if you're ever using straight build mode and you get this, just switch to anything else. It's a common bug. We all complain about it. Just some unnecessary drama. Yeah, it happens. See, and this is one of the things. Amaya's been here forever. I mean, I think Amaya was easily like in my first, 20 subscribers. I know she was within my first 50. And she knows full well, I have an amazing community. No matter what game I play, I always have an absolutely amazing community. Were you? Because I had over 100 before I even came to Satisfactory. I was still playing Ark when I was in 50. Yeah, I'm just a professional asshole. Why is that belt not moving? Okay, we got problems. Yep, we got problems. We got problems, Houston! Ah. Oh, yeah, we got problems. Okay, so we have some decent numbers here now. We know this entire row is overclocked. It's 75 times however many machines there are here. I don't really care like when somebody subscribed to me or anything like that. I appreciate every single one, from my first one to my most recent one. All I was saying is Amaya has known me for a very, very long time. He came in while I was still on Extinction. Was it when I was still doing the redneck accent? Okay, so it's 16 machines. That's exactly 1,200. Why am I the only one getting ignored all the time? I try not to ignore anybody. So that in and of itself is a slight problem. I don't like having a belt of 1,200. So each of these is going to want 25 of those. So we take 1,200 divided by 25. That's 48 machines. And that's this belt. This one goes to the other one. So we take, not that, 48 divided by 3 is 16. So here. So there is not enough plutonium pellets to feed down to there. I complained to Casper once. Yeah, I complain to Casper all the time. It doesn't do me any good either. I'll let you in on that little tip. See, this is the problem with doing this with assemblers. How do I get that belt into this line? I don't really have a whole lot of gappies. Oh shit, I know how. It's gonna look like a little clipping because of that. There we go. Do that. Do that. Yay! My voice will be heard! Next time I'm tagging both of you. You can always tag Maya. She'll beat on me. She likes to. She's abusive. If she says she's not abusive, she's freaking lying. Okay. So now the plutonium pellets will actually go somewhere. This belt here is not 1,200. Powerful. We're up to almost 11 terawatts. We just got a lot of backup stuff. Crypt, what's going on? Okay, so now we need to get the concrete in. And what's going on, Ion? Okay, let me see what's on this belt. I don't think it's a true 1,200. It might be. Wishing it was Friday. Yeah. I'm not reading that one. Got a little question. What do you got, Ion? Got a lot of people here that play this game. Ugh. The hell, how many people do we have watching right now? Got 14 people on the YouTubes. And 17 over on the Twitch. Wow. What supplies is it suggested I try to automate if I want to go for nuclear? I would definitely recommend one of your first things to automate is the iodine filters. Build up a stockpile. What, when a Maya beats on me? Yeah, it is. It is a bit like a mosquito, but maybe I like it. Maybe I like it like that, Johnny. Don't frickin' judge me. I just entered phase 4 and got an aluminum setup. I would not even think about going to nuclear until probably end of space elevator. But that's just me. I always wait until the end to set up nuclear. So the single biggest problem is, did we put compressors on the concrete? Is there compressors on the concrete? I know I've recently become really enamored with my weird little baby compressors. Yeah. Nuclear is awesome to build because it is a very, very complicated setup. But you definitely don't need nuclear to beat the game. I would definitely recommend everybody try nuclear at least once. Nuclear. Last time I built 270 gigawatts worth of rocket fuel. Okay, your next challenge, hit a terawatt. I don't care what you're doing to make the terawatt. Just make a terawatt. I mean, if you really want to try nuclear, or you really want to challenge, go for a full nuclear build. So, uranium into plutonium into fixonium. Okay, so this is not a true 1200 belt. It's 194.104. Probably times 6. 1164. Just takes a little while to bleed that out because there's so little room. And by that I mean literally the 1200 minus 1164 is only like 35. So it can only bleed out another 35 out of these machines every single minute. The troubleshooting is more time consuming than the actual build. That's the problem. I've never really spent that much time troubleshooting, and we spent what, like 2-3 weeks building this thing. Yeah, my skill is ridiculous. And I'll own that. I'll acknowledge that. Yeah, I mean, honestly, if you want to do nuclear, I would probably wait until, like I said, either close to the end of the space elevator or after the space elevator. To me, nuclear is more one of those like end game challenges than when it first unlocks. Well, honestly, doing the space elevator is not all that hard. So I had to give myself some kind of challenge. So each one of these is going to take 50. So we take that. Take that and divide it by 50. It means we're going to have to feed another belt of concrete on at machine number 23. What if it's 1,000 space elevator parts and 5x power? We'll be getting there, Classic Cookie. Oh, Maya hates me. I freaking offered to like defend you and shit, and now you're making me hurt. No, Classical Cookie. After I am done with the power plant and I have it running stable, the goal is literally to do what I am referring to as the ultra hard mode playthrough. So 24 machines. 2, 5, 8, 11, 14, 17, 20, 23. Oh, cool. Awesome. I love it. Ah, crap. I just realized something. I'll bet you money there's a underclocked one here. 250. 250. Bet you money there's supposed to be an underclocked one here. That's not set. There's supposed to be 92. Nah, screw it. We're just going to go with this weird ass overclock speed. 249. 249 point 8479. 8479. Boop. And thank you to YouTube subscriber number 513. You are freaking awesome. I don't care what anybody else says. I think you're amazing. First thing is, like I said earlier, that I never know if the new subscribers are from the stream or from the latest video or from the video last week. I will be doing a poll probably tomorrow for you guys' opinion on what the next video should be. I'm seriously leaning towards continuing with the alternate recipe idea and doing 10 recipes I will never use. Unfortunately, I'm not ranking those. Because I had the idea, to rank them. I just don't want to. But I need to use the restroom, so I'll be back in just a second. And I'm back. Some alternate recipes are only useless unless you use them combined with another alternate recipe. I agree. I definitely agree with that one. But I mean, there's also some that, you know, just... And like I said, I wasn't saying 10 alternate recipes that I think are useless. Just 10 alternate recipes I would never use. Yep, get some sleep, Cross. We'll see you next time. We'll be back tomorrow, and welcome in, Sierra. Actually got really good feedback on my video in a comment saying they loved the video, but the editing needed some work, and that the frame that comes in over the screen to show the recipe name literally obscured the ratios. So it's always nice when people actually give me constructive feedback so I can try to become better. Okay. So we were going to bring another belt in. I need to see if this... which belts are pure. And I'm pretty sure I did this before. And I forgot. Couldn't agree more with constructive criticism. And thank you, YouTube subscriber number 514. You, as well, are absolutely amazing. I don't care what anybody else says about you. I think you are awesome. Yeah, and that's one of the things, I mean, so... A lot of people that have been here for a long time would remember back in the day, I used to always say, like, as a burgeoning content creator, even as somebody who's been doing content creation for a while, any of us can only get better if you tell us what we're doing wrong. Yes, Casper, you heard 514. And I don't know about you, Crit, but there's just a lot of times where people don't bother, you know, hey, I love the subject you're trying to cover. You could do it better this way, or maybe try this way, or blah, blah, blah. I don't know what the hell I'm doing. I'll be the first to admit I don't know what the hell I'm doing. I have no problem acknowledging the fact I don't know what I'm doing when it comes to content creation. But I'm trying. And sometimes that's kind of all you can do. Yeah, Casper's still at work, so she's just popping in from time to time. Alright, I need to get the rest of this done. So, how many? I got 2 belts left, so that should be 6,600. Divided by 93.75, which is how many each one of these eats. 93.75. I don't know why then. Honestly, the non-fissile should be going away easily. Because that's just waste. I don't think we've got any backup on the pellets. No. We probably had backup. How many hours do you have in Satisfactory total? About 2,400 hours. Okay, so we can do 70 machines. 70. Am I screwing this up? Yeah, that's not the 6,600 belt. That's the 5,500 belt. Is 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. So it'll go in on machine number 58. 58 divided by 2, because they're stacked up twice, is 27. Now, 29. See, I don't know how to do math. Yeah, 29. And then the last belt feeds those. Doesn't seem right. Something doesn't seem right there. 58 divided by 2 is 29, right? There's 7 belts total, for a total of 7,662. 58 divided by 2 is 29. 1, 2, 3. I know what's going on. There's only 5,700 going into this line. So I've got 1, 2, 3, 4 belts currently. That's 4,400. That's machine number 46. That's 23. See, I kind of knew how to do math, even though I said the wrong number to begin with. Now to get the materials for 300 refineries. Yep. I would definitely recommend building a motor factory. Okay, that one right there is blender number 23. Times 2 is 46. Now, going back to what I was saying about like alternate recipes and stuff, one of the things I do really want to do is, and I know it's already been done, but I want to do it my way. And also, it gives me another excuse to try to learn how to edit something else. I want to do, I don't know if I want to do a alternate recipe tier list, because honestly, does anybody still watch tier, does anybody still do tier list? Does anybody still care about tier list? But I want to do a comparison of legit alternate recipes. Doing like all the iron ingot recipes, all the copper ingots, blah, 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 blah. Time to connect all my pipes. Now that the main pipe's been laid, it's all your fault. You convinced me to use the pure iron altar. No, that's not my fault at all. I don't know what you're talking about. Nope, not my fault at all. I maybe do a video like underrated alternates, but I definitely want to do like all the different iron ingot recipes. Basically any alternate recipe where you got, and compare it to the base recipe. Because there's a lot of times where the base recipe is completely and totally usable. So like, if it's just 1-to-1, kind of compare, why is this one better? When is this one better? I think that'd be a good video. Okay, so we got the 4400 in, so now we go to 2055, which is machine number 29. Count 3 from the end. I don't know how to do that. Why count 3 from the end? Do you remember how many blenders I actually have? Just, I don't remember how many blenders I have. I have built so many of so many things. I do not counted them last time. Somebody's paying more attention than I am. I can say that one. Yeah, I'll be damned. There. Oh, I just realized I don't think those priority mergers are set correctly. I know these ones aren't. I can't actually listen to you guys. Then when will I do stupid things if I listen to you guys? The volume of people who come here to watch me do stupid things means I got to do stupid things, right? I think that's how that works. Where is the fun without stupid things? I don't know. I've been trying to figure that one out for a while. Where the fuck? Why is that one running so piss poorly? Oh, that's that belt. Yeah, we need to go figure out why that belt sucks. Now, remember when I came back from the generators, I said I had one belt that I needed to figure out why it was running so piss poorly? Yeah, that's the belt I'm talking about. See, this belt all the way to the right, that is actually an overflow belt. That is literally coming from a smart splitter. Because it can. Because it can. Yes, I still need to put the silica in as well. But let's go figure out what... you know, this would be a really good time to get everything else ironed out. Now, we need we need the goo. The goo must flow. If the goo's not flowing, then something ain't going. We also need the concrete in on the plutonium cells. I hate how half the time you can't just ride on a damn belt. I just want to ride on my freaking toboggan. Can't believe the playthrough's almost over. Yeah. Well, we've still got a little bit of time to try to get everything ironed out. Now remember, my thought is I will finish I will work on this for the rest of July. For August, I will take a break from Satisfactory. I will probably still do videos for Satisfactory, but I will lay off the live streams of it. I will live stream something else. And then we'll come back to Satisfactory for September. Sorry, I'm checking something real quick. I'll be back in the game in just a minute. Yeah. And Satisfactory September will be the ultra hard mode. Hey, I think I figured out what the problem is. That was a stupid mistake. That's stupid mistake number 2. Yeah, I have a bad habit of when I'm first laying out my belts and stuff, using Mark 1 stuff. No, I did not do this in a month. This playthrough began about an hour and a half after 1.2 went experimental. When 1.2 experimental went live, I played around for about an hour in my previous save, and then jumped over to this save, and then started this save. Played for about an hour, then I had lunch. And had a cigarette. And then I jumped into this one. So whenever Satisfactory 1.2 went live, yeah, no, I'm insane. I'm not that insane. Because what you see here, and one thing that I get asked a fair amount of times, I am not in creative mode. This is survival mode. And I have not edited anything with Skim. The Satisfactory Calculator interactive map, I have not edited anything. I've loaded my save in it quite a few times. And the only mod I have ever used in this save is literally that little bitty sink. And that's mostly so I could have a fluid sink when I was testing pipes. Okay, so we need to get silica going. Yeah, that belt looks a lot better now. Okay, logistics. Bare throughput modder, boop, boop, and boop. And boop. Let those dial in, try to get actual numbers on these. Once it saturates with waste, which is kind of the major thing I'm trying to do right now, is I'm trying to saturate the entire system with nuclear waste, because that will tell me where I have to splice silica in. Where do I run out of silica? Because each of these is going to take 62.5. Otherwise, I need to run a belt compressor to actually compress these down to true 1200 belts. How are we doing on... Ow. It's like, why do I not have broccoli coming? Because it doesn't have any silica. No silica means no broccoli. You can't have your broccoli if you don't give me silica. Somebody told me to stop crafting slugs manually. Is there a reason why? Yes. Sloops. Personally, when I start a game, I will only craft 2 slugs by hand. That's it. And that is literally it's alien technology, right? No. Power slugs. I literally will craft that one for that and one for that. That's it. And that, I don't even have to craft that one, but I always at least craft that one. And then I get that. But that right there is what you want. Production amplification. Literally, you put a slug in a constructor, or a sloop in a constructor. One sloop means your blue slug becomes 2 power shards, your yellow becomes 10, and your purple becomes 20, I think. It's been a hot minute since I've crafted slugs. I wouldn't say you messed up bad, because the nice thing is, no. A blue is normally 1. Okay, so a blue becomes 2, a yellow becomes 4, and a purple becomes 10. Thank you, Fitz. Like I said, it's been a hot minute. I don't normally mess with slugs after a certain point. Yes. There is a recipe in late game called synthetic power shards. Yeah, because you need late game buildings to do it. Let's go over to the storage area. It's been a minute since, and I gotta let that build up. The little tiny small storage. $200,000? Are you asking him or me? Me? I don't think I have 200,000. Super tiny, yes, super tiny. No, I do not have 200,000. I am down to 119,000. Down to. Kibit's got more? Well, that's fine. I limited myself to what I needed, and then kept building. You poor. I got more power. I win. Oh, yeah. Somebody was asking earlier about like setting up for nuclear and stuff. You see this storage area? This was my idea to set up for my power plant. Every one of these rows from left to right, as the camera is currently facing, holds a different item. What, you think I'm crypt, or you don't think I try to make things look pretty, do you? I just need order. Whee! That sucked. You're right, put a Mark 6 belt in front of that thing. I know people are screaming that I'm still using liquid biofuel. I didn't build it to be pretty. I like my rows. I like my clean lines. Yeah, and for the way I use a jetpack, biofuel's fine. I'm so glad rocket fuel is a gas. Yeah. I don't want to think about how freaking large it would be if I would have had to lay out my generators. Such a scarily horrible idea. Okay, so we're getting goo into the last stage, so we can now start bringing more silica down. So I need to figure out where I run out. I'm gonna say probably about here. I just need to see if that number is going up or down. And for anybody who doesn't really know how to do this, all I'm doing is I'm looking at the number of either when it constructs or right before it constructs. Like I know the previous time was at 161. Now it was 158. Now it's 159. So this is where it gets kind of confusing. Now it's 149 or 151, one of the two. So I think it's a safe to say bet that is going down. We're down to 137. So we will put a belt of silica in right here. We'll skip 2 machines. I always use priority mergers solely because I want that little bit of extra that's still going through the line to go through the line. Like we watched that, it was still climbing a little bit. It just wasn't getting enough to keep going. Yeah. But I normally watch it for a couple minutes to see, how fast is it going down? Because sometimes it looks like it's going down, but it's really not. We're looking for how far can I drag this belt. And I know there's at least one viewer who would definitely give me shit if I didn't try to put these on lines. And that viewer knows exactly who they are. I don't have to mention their name. 2, and that puts me on. Ow. Alright. So bring this up 2 more. Since it's Johnny? No, it's not Johnny. Okay. So one thing I do need to note is I do want to make sure these keep getting dumped. Especially this top one, but I'm not that worried about it. Alright, so we need to go over and check the concrete. Oh, I was talking about how there's a certain viewer who really likes when I make sure everything's nice and orderly and I put things on the lines. And Shy thought it was you. Johnny's asleep half the time anyways. Back, it's rainy and windy today. Oh yeah, we were gonna let this build up. So I need to keep going with the getting the broccoli going. Or scratching myself. Yeah, it's possible. I prefer to think of you as sleeping. I try not to think about you scratching yourself. Now, that right there kind of shows why I have this set up the way I do. Anytime any silica can actually go past this splitter, this belt right here would be over 1200. Hence, priority merger always takes from that belt first. This belt backs up, and the smart splitter sends more that way. The problem is I have to let this run for a little while until we figure out where it runs out of silica. So how do you decide what you're going to divide your resources into? A very, very intelligent viewer of mine called Vog Oracle went through with I gave him like my idea, and he went through in Satisfactory Modeler and gave me a blueprint. Kind of a guidebook. Priority merger, I've never used that before, never had a reason. Right there, that's why I use them. Anytime you see stuff backing up this on this side, this is literally just a buffer for any time that belt's over 1200. And I use them a lot when I've got either belts that aren't running 1200 or when machines just won't take a full belt. I also use them a lot with belt compressors. Can't forget their use with belt compressors. How is the power? Let me go check. I gotta find a power wire. drawback with daisy chaining is sometimes you gotta go find a power wire. 10.8. We're still working on getting the backlog of waste disposed of. So basically just planning out ahead of time. Yeah, and by that, I'll show you what my modeler file is. So this is my modeler file. This is just for my nuclear. As far as my overall modeler file, anytime you see stuff with green on it like this, pay no attention to it. A lot of times I do stuff like this to... I think I don't remember why I did that. Oh, yeah, I did that because I was helping Fitz over the weekend. So yeah, that's the scale of my factory. And then we've got nuclear. Again, pay no attention to this. That's generally when I'm trying to figure out overclocks. Or when I'm trying to do math on stuff. And then we've got... I know! Then we got the power matrices. It's complex, but it makes sense when you get used to it. It's basically just a diagram saying, you know, to make this amount of something, you need this amount of this other thing. And like, Fitz is also kind of a newer player. I get a fair amount. Why is there a backlog of waste? Because I didn't have all my belts hooked up right off the bat, and yeah, it's very nice so you know how many machines you need. And it unlike Satisfactory Tools website, Modeler takes overclock and slooping into account. But I think a couple of us helped Fitz over this weekend to get his rocket fuel plant set up. So, with the fact that a good chunk of us use Modeler, we can more easily help somebody, or just, you know, take a screenshot saying, hey, you need this many machines. Jake! What's going on, brother? Yeah. I get, now that I've gotten better at using Modeler, I don't use Tools as often. Tools is really nice in the beginning when you're probably not going to be overclocking. And sometimes it's nice when you're just saying, hey, I want to make this, and I have these alternate recipes that I'm willing to use. Figure it out for me. Modeler, you have to figure it out yourself. You have to tell it which recipes to use. That's kind of the only thing I can say negatively, is there's not a I don't know what I'm doing mode. Which, I mean, there's a lot of times where it's either I don't know what I'm doing, or I'm too lazy to actually try to figure out which recipes I want to use. That one happens a lot. Yes, Modeler is a downloaded thing that is free on both Steam and itch.io. If Modeler was paid, with how often I recommend it, I would be asking for a freaking cut. How you been, Jake? Yeah, and what I was getting at with the whole helping Fitz thing is, if you want to learn Modeler, there's a fair amount of us in my Discord who will walk you through it. Even if I have to like literally go live in Discord and pull up Modeler and show you how to use it. I got no problem with that. How's the build going? What build? I don't have any build left. We're done building. Now it's just getting the waste, getting everything set up. Yeah, the outpost, I like the outpost thing because I can separate things. I don't always, my modeler file is so freaking complex that I don't really like closing it and starting a new one. So I literally just make a bunch of outposts saying, hey, yeah, we're gonna do something new here. I'm sure that's not what it's meant for, but Worst thing is I have another idea I want to run through modeler, even though I really don't want to. I definitely don't want to do it. I don't want to build the idea. This playthrough was literally a building it in modeler is all fine and dandy. That's easy as hell. Building it in game, making it work, that's a whole different kettle of fish. You done? Oh damn. We're currently sitting at 10 terawatts. We got up to 14.5 when I first turned it on, but obviously I had to set up all of my waste. And that's a lot easier to do for me once it's moving. Because I like silica here, I'm literally letting it fill this line because it's not a very good belt. And wherever it runs out, I know needs more silica. Like, I'm not sure if this is going to go up or not go up. You didn't place the belt on the line. Where is this viewer? Huh? What? I'm confused about what Shai's talking about. Still here and there, I don't know. Yeah, it's definitely one of those things that, you know, it takes a minute to learn, but once you learn it, it's all good. You were talking about not placing the belt on the foundation lines. Oh. I don't even know if they're here right now. Oh, no, it doesn't. Yeah, see? I'm doing that intentionally. Normally, it's either got to be on the foundation line or it's got to be in the center of the line. I don't care. What does the outpost do? It allows you to have separate areas. Like, I'll go back to my modeler file for just a second. Like this, there is an outpost here that contains all the world's resources. Instead of having all this out on the main screen, you just have an outpost. And then for like my power matrices, I've got this is like a whole little mini factory inside. My nuclear is the same way. All my nuke is inside an outpost. And you can just feed in what you want, feed out what you want. So it helps clean up your modeler file. Crazy busy wrapping up making blueprints for a road rail combo that need to circle the map eventually. I sent you images on Discord that I'm busy with. Thought you might like the look of these. I'll definitely check it out. I will definitely say I drew inspiration from you, Jake, on your 1.2 changes video, and I got mine knocked out, and I'm kind of happy with it. Definitely wasn't a 3-minute video, but I went into a little more depth on each change, and you know, still drawing from that inspiration, I made another video, and like I said, I'm definitely drawing inspiration from your stuff. I just need to learn how to edit. And like I've said before, I realize that is a shortcoming that I have to overcome. And it's not that I'm bad at it because I'm bad at it. I'm bad at it because I'm new at it. I'm still learning. But I'm getting there. I'm getting better. If you look at like this week's video versus, I don't know, go back to one of my ARC videos, you'll see a big difference in at least video quality. Audio quality, I'm being told that needs some improvement. So Modeler is more of a plan and design your factory, whereas Tools is to find out how much of what you need. No. Modeler is both. Oh, they're both. Give me just a second. We'll jump back over here. Okay. Say you want to make, you want to compare. I did this earlier. Oil-based diamonds and petroleum diamonds. Both of these take oil. I want 100 diamonds per minute. We're not going to mess with overclock. I know full well, just from doing that, I need 3 particle accelerators to make 100 diamonds with the crude oil recipe. I need 4 to do the petroleum based diamonds using petroleum coke. Now, if I drill this out using the best recipes, I know using this recipe, I need 600 crude oil to get my 100 diamonds. The only positive this has is I can turn this into rubber or plastic or fabric. I can't do that with this recipe. But if I only care about diamonds, I'm going for this recipe over this recipe because A, I don't have these other steps to go through, and B, it's literally more cost efficient. I'm so bad at Modeler though. That's why I've never even thought about making a video for it. I could do like a beginner's guide to Modeler, but I'm not good at Modeler. There's a lot of things in Modeler I don't understand. I don't know how they work. So I'm going to say that's going up, but it's going up slow. Nope. It is literally a calculator program. But I appreciate the compliment, Jake. I'm trying to get better. Honestly, I've never really, not really done a whole lot of videos. Art videos? No, not art videos. I do not make art videos. Ain't nobody, I don't do art to begin with. I am horrible at art. Ark Survival Ascended and Ark Survival Evolved. For me, the best part of this game has been learning things myself. Yeah. I'm using DaVinci. I'm cheap. I'm using DaVinci. And yes, I'm using the free version of DaVinci because, yet again, I'm cheap. Oh, you're fine, Guidely. I was trying to figure out how in the world art came up, and it's like, I don't do art. Yeah, DaVinci's not bad. I'm still learning a lot of stuff with it. Yeah, see, that's my thing. I've only been making videos for about a year, and if you look through my channel and stuff, I definitely have not been making a lot of them. And like my Planet Crafter series, I've had this discussion before. I'm pretty sure I've had this discussion with you, Jake. There's not a lot of editing that goes into it. It's literally just a Let's Play video, and that is my psychological therapy for. There's this idea that comes into my head from time to time that There's no reason to keep making these videos because nobody's watching them. So I'm enjoying the game. I'm enjoying making the videos. Whether there's any audience for it or not doesn't matter, because it's partially therapy for me, partially I'm just enjoying the game. If somebody wants to watch the videos, cool. If they don't want to watch the videos, oh well. That's their loss. It's not my loss. Okay. Now this one becomes the issue. Am I going to have enough silica going into this machine to actually have it run at 100%? Is this number going to go up? I'm kind of doubting it. I still consider myself a mediocre builder because I demand too much of myself. Exactly. That is my problem in a nutshell. That's why I don't do building streams. And probably why you will never see a building stream. Not because I can't build, but because A, I am way too anal when it comes to building. And like, I'm not going to say I'm a professional at any video game. But when it comes to just, let me build a big stuff stupidly, I can do that. That is my fucking wheelhouse. I feel comfortable doing that. Building is not in my comfort zone. I like it when you get trains unlocked and Ada goes, yeah, yep. When it's at 5%, I doubt it. What do you mean when it's at 5%? This is one of my big problems, is I talk too much and I talk about too many random things, and then I look at chat and it's like, what the fuck are we talking about? I done forgot what we were talking about. The machine was at 5%. What machine? Oh, yeah. The whole will this machine fill up thing. Yeah. Well, it was at 5% because it was at the end of the chain, so everything before it had to fill up first. So it hadn't been getting any silica for a while. That makes sense. Those videos nobody watches are also very useful. First, it's practice. Second, no one watches it. It means something is not done right or good enough, or it shows you where to improve. Yeah, or it's just, a topic that's been beat to death and nobody's interested in that topic anymore. It's like, I was watching something and it was something I disagreed with a creator about. To me, one of my most important things is I want to see that not subscribed number larger than the subscribed number. Because if I've got more viewers that are not subscribed, that tells me YouTube's doing its job by getting my name out there. It's showing my video to people. And I'm not just getting views from people who know me. Especially, as a itty bitty tiny little creator. Now, obviously, I want to see, a lot of my subscribers and stuff and my community and whatnot turn out for my videos, but the only way we can grow as content creators is actual metric growth is for the video to go out to new people, for non-subscribers to watch it. 25,000 screws going into phase 4 too much? Yes. Any screws is too much. Why are you making screws? I hate screws. And that's one of the big things about this game, especially. This game definitely rewards you for learning, for getting better. But at the same time, it doesn't punish you for not being an expert. You don't have to be Jim Bob the pro player to play this game. You don't have to be a genius. You don't have to be an expert or anything like that. You just have to put in the hours. You have to figure it out. I don't have many alt S recipes. Is there something I can use? Yes. I can tell you right now, I make 0 screws. There are no screws being made on this map at all. What are you putting screws into? Yeah. Well, if I remember right, Roggs is right at aluminum. Unlock aluminum and then go for a major hard drive hunt. Research everything you can in the MAM. Heavy modular frames, yeah. Heavy modular frames is definitely a limiter. And honestly, anybody who watched my video that came out, Sunday? There's 4 recipes in we're gonna be honest, my top 13. 4 of those recipes in the top 13 are literally dedicated to getting screws out of freaking heavy modular frames. It's really only the reinforced plates and the heavy modular frames. You don't need screws on the standard modular frames. And I used to be a big believer in the steel frame recipe, but I won't use it anymore. I did the math. I won't use it anymore. Oh, okay, I won't say that. I will not say that. I won't say that I will not use it anymore. It does have its positives. It's definitely more power efficient, and it's without a doubt more machine efficient. Yep. Iron wire, iron pipe, stitched iron plate, and then straight up to sorry, it's 5 recipes, because it's iron wire to make stitched iron plate, it's iron pipe to make encased industrial pipe, and then heavy encased frames to get your heavy modular frame. So 5 out of 13 recipes is literally just to make heavy modular frames. Obviously, I use them for quite a few other things, but the idea that I can literally take heavy encased or heavy modular frames and make them out of limestone and iron, and that's it, and water. And water is only to improve your efficiency. But yeah, just limestone and iron. See, why I was talking about steeled frames, it's actually slightly less efficient as far as resource in versus resource out than the base recipe. And I'm talking slightly. On a pure node in using pure iron ingot recipe, we're talking less than 1 part per minute difference. So if I don't have the alt recipe, should I go hunting for hard drives? Yes. One of the things I do is once I unlock 2 things I love. Once I unlock this, the zip line, and I go for the power tower as fast as I can. Zipline and power tower, I am exploring the entire map. Then I get the gun. I get the rifle. The rebar gun works fine, but I'd rather have the rifle. The nice thing about the power tower, and I never make the normal power tower. I always make the power tower platform because I can literally sit up here and I can shoot whatever the hell I want. The only thing you got to worry about is the tier 3 and 4 pigs, the ones that throw the rocks at you, because they're going to launch you. And by launch, I mean if the pigs that throw the rocks at you, what I call tier 3 and tier 4 pigs, if that hits the bottom of that platform, you get hit with a shockwave that will send you kind of sort of flying. Okay, are you getting enough silica? Hypertube launcher. Kind of an issue with my package turbo fuel shortage currently. That's how I get around, and I can use the parachute. Yeah, I mean, I'm talking early, and it's solely because, like I said, I can shield myself with a power tower platform, and I'm probably gonna need power everywhere anyways. Plus, I'm bringing my power grid with me for all those annoying hard drives that need power. So by bringing my grid with me anyways, yeah, I might have to clean it up later, but oh well. Or, you know, there's still power towers all over this map. Case in point. Okay. It does look like it's filling up. So it looks like it's going to have enough. That's 37 and a half. That's only... There's like 300 silica on that other belt. Yeah, screw it. Let's just go ahead and blend it in here. Honestly, probably the best advice I could ever give a new player is nudging is your friend. Nudging is without a doubt the best thing to learn in this game. But it's also one of those things that most people know. Okay. Now we should be getting silica into every single machine. We can actually burn all the uranium waste that comes in. Unless you got a 60% keyboard, yeah. Ran into the radiated pigs, just finished phase 2. You know how that went. Yeah. Well, I don't go exploring until I've got a... Generally, I try to wait until I've got the hover pack as well. Because not only do I have my power tower carrying my grid with me, my grid is fueling my hover pack, so I can just fly. Think of a laptop keyboard. When is the hover pack? Phase 4. Like obviously, you guys can tell how much I like my hover pack. Okay, so now we got to get concrete into this mix. Ow, autosaves hurt. Yeah, that's an easy way of putting it. Okay, so I'm looking for where I don't have concrete. This one's only running 15% of the time. So we need a hot beef injection. And I already got a priority merger in place for it. So overflow, any. Okay, which belt sucks? Those all look pretty damn good to me. I guess that one there is probably the worst one. Oh yeah. Hover pack is bae. To use younger people's things. I got no problem admitting I'm old. No stupid sayings. Whatever. Johnny, you're the one that teaches me half the stupid sayings. Bumblebee fluff? What? The hell's bumblebee fluff? Because you don't know them doesn't mean that you should use them. Just because you don't know what they mean doesn't mean you should use them. I mean, I agree. Okay. Your heavy encased frame seems like a good alt recipe. It is. That's why it made my list. But I will still bow down to, like I said in the video, the top dog, the freaking goat of alternate recipes. Diluted fuel. What a weird number to work with. What? The 49.97? That's not that bad. Oh, by the way, we are making plutonium fuel rods. Just bear in mind, I will actually run out of nuclear waste. And that is planned. It's gonna be a minute. But I will actually run out of nuclear waste. Let me go, let's go over to the reactors while I wait for, to figure out where concrete runs out. Yes, I could do math and not have to do this, but screw math. I have done enough damn math in this playthrough. I am tired of math. Math can kiss my butt. Oh, look. Oh, wait, that's the one that I literally bled out. Oh, no, actually, that's a lot less than 1100. So, we're running out of fuel on that line. Ew, math. I agree. See, the worst thing is, I'm gonna have you guys start like going and finding me people to raid over to, because now I can raid people on Twitch. Not until I have everything set up, Shy. Don't say I redid my hard drive from the recipe I got. Yeah, I want to have everything set up on the back half before I send the rods back in. Yes, I can now raid people on both platforms, Johnny. The drawback is I really don't think a lot of people who watch me play this game want to watch the Ark creators. We still have a crap ton coming out of row 1. But, yeah, we're definitely running out of fuel in row 3. Nope. It's 500 on YouTube. 1,000 is, ad revenue. Yeah, we're running out of fuel in row 4, too. Oh, yes, that's row 2. Oh no, we're running out of fuel in row 4, but we still have a backlog of waste. I don't know. That's row 3. Row 2 is out of fuel. Even though I guess. But there's still a substantial backlog. Now, 500 subscribers unlock the ability to raid people, which is why I was pushing for 500. Not really pushing anymore. Man, I'm definitely not going to want to stop growing. But 500 unlocked the ability to raid, super chats, and channel memberships. A 1,000 unlocks having ads. So I know absolutely no one's looking forward to me running ads on my channels. Huh. Bow, bow, bow. Because honestly, the only thing I have left to set up to actually be able to run my all my fuel rods is the cement into the plutonium cells. Is Jake still here? Is Jake still here? Maybe be nice and loud about it. A lot of people put the stream on as background noise while they're actively doing other things, so a lot of times I have to like be loud. I still feel kind of bad that I completely guessed his nationality wrong. I ran a poll, and I think it was like 60 to 70% of all people who voted in the poll said they put live streams on as noise in the background. It's fine, Bits. I never have a problem seeing what you guys build. A lot of times you guys build nicer looking shit than I do. I just build big stupid I build platforms and I put crap on top of them. But at any point in time, I can take one of these rows of something and stick it in and move it and stick it into a building if I so chose. I don't normally so choose. As you've seen, there's people who literally like my building style just because it's orderly. And there might be at some point in time down the road that, you know, I'm more focused on aesthetics. It's just not today. We're at 11 terawatts, by the way. That row is filled. Drawback is I mean, I could just do this. As long as we know a row is filling up, which I'm pretty sure that row is filling up. Yeah. Once I know a row is filling up, I can supplement. What's going to happen with the empty space on the platform? I don't know. Screws? Concrete? Wire? Heavy modular frames? I honestly don't know what I'm going to do with it. Because bear in mind, those belts there that aren't moving, not this bottom one. This belt. Basically, they got this little sink on them. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. There's 7 belts of copper that I don't need. Everything right there that you see, all that iron, all that limestone, that's all not needed. That's all extra resources. I don't have aluminum. You need aluminum for nuclear pasta. It's used in the production of pressure conversion cubes. Okay, 32, so that's why I said heavy modular frames. They only require iron and limestone. Last time I made nuclear pasta, I made 15 per minute. I think I have no idea. I was just thinking about the copper, yeah. Oh, yeah, I might just turn all that copper into copper powder and sink it. Unless somebody can come up with something that only requires copper, iron, and limestone. Only those 3 things. Well, that's because I've got compressors on the copper lines. Well, the copper ore, those are straight from the source. Are you going to run... I'm just looking to see if this goes up or not. I'm going to say no. Let's put 100 in, 140, and we'll see if that number starts plummeting or not. This is how we used to do it. But no coal. Now, copper, iron, and limestone. I know iron and limestone, I can make heavy modular frames. Encased beams. I can make encased pipes, hence heavy modular frames. Yeah, no coal. There is no coal. Oh, I don't need coal to make encased beams. I'm going to say that number is going down. I put 147 in there. So we know where we need to inject more. Whoa. Hold the phone. That's not a smart splitter. That might actually be working. Yeah, that number's going up. We're at 13, 16, so 14 after construction. Watch the 14. 16 after construction. 17 after construction. That number is going up. So we're just going to inject right behind it. Which is good because we're going to have to do I need to bring this up. Not really that big of a problem, though. Okay, so we can take it up to 2. Alright, there we go. Well plot. Then about time for you to mosey. Oh, gonna let the first 18 gens out run out. Yeah, I'll be fine. Autosaves. Yeah, it'll be fine. Alright. Gets me another nice injection of oh fuck you. I'm gonna go ahead and put another that's no. We're gonna go ahead and use this line because it's already there. This one's definitely filling up, but it's gonna be a little bit. So I'm just gonna go ahead and add some. Maybe. That one's not running. Oh, I wonder about something. I wonder if there was enough going on there until it cleared its backlog. I wonder if now that remember we were talking about how there's 1164 on those belts normally. Now that number's definitely going up. It ain't going up slower than shit, but it's going up. Let's put 100 in there. So we're at 122. Does number go up or does number plummet? If this number gets below 100, then I know full well. But this one is going up. Oh, I know what's going on. I know what's going on. $111. Yeah, that's what it was. That's the right spot. As long as this is actually down to 1165 and not still running 1200. It's not actually 1165, it's 1164 and change. Mostly change. Love how that belt looks like, literally looks like it's going backwards. I don't think I'm the only one that's seeing that. Hey, that's no good. I got plutonium pellets in my hand. You can have those. Sometimes the belt looks like it's going backwards. Right now it's running fine, but there's times where it literally looks like it's going backwards. It's like that whole car tire thing. Where at a certain speed, a car tire looks like it's spinning the wrong direction. Sure, there's some scientific name for that, but I don't know what it is. And yes, I just used the term scientific. Well, you get used to it. Grill Sergeant rated the channel with 6 viewers over on the Twitch. Thank you, Raider! And welcome, Raiders. How are we doing today? We are just working on getting the last of the concrete into my plutonium cell factory, which is the final step of my 307 nuclear reactor build, which is the final step for my power plant, short of a whole crap ton of troubleshooting. How's it going? It goes. We're getting there. Just takes a minute. Got one more belt of concrete to get onto this line. I just got to figure out where it goes on. Where do I run out of concrete? Where do I need to splice more? While we're doing this, let's give the Grill Sergeant a little tour of the madness. Let me get up here a little bit. Here, I'm just getting my Iron Factory movie. Yeah, this is my 3rd playthrough, and we decided to go big. Because I thought I went big last playthrough, and my chat's like, it's not that big. You gotta go bigger. You gotta go better. You gotta go more insane. So yeah, we went kind of insane. And bear in mind, what you're seeing is only one floor. There's 4 stories to this thing? Yeah, because you got 1, 2, and then the blenders. There's 2 levels of blenders under that. So yeah, technically 4 stories. I mean, from here to those pink ones and out about halfway, that's all iron ingots. Oh, we need to go check on the power augmenters. It's been a minute since we checked on those. And something I need to do at the end of the month, because somebody came up with the idea. I need to take the plutonium rods that we are currently sinking and burn them. We're making 38.31 plutonium rods. If I were to burn those, that would be another basically terawatt. But that's another 154 nuclear reactors. Which boils down to, where the hell do I put those? I need to get 4 5090s to run this. I've got a 4080, dude. So we are still bleeding a little bit on power matrices. We're still sitting at 11 terawatts. But, as we already know, some of the reactors are literally running out of fuel. Which is fine. That was intended. I just got one of the biggest sprites. How's that? Burn them for the power screenshot. Okay, well. So I got 2.8 million power coming from the fuel gens. If I can get them running 100% of the time, that's 2.8 mil. I have 1.915 terawatts coming out of the nukes. Plus this one I gotta get some weird numbers for, so bear with me for a second. Plus, give me a second. 41,503. .35. So 41,616.45 from the coal. That's that's without factoring anything else in. That is purely. And thank you for the follow over there on this Twitch Grill Sergeant. I appreciate it. Big jump. Spider jumping at me when I was not expecting it because I'm so far from the ground, and yet it still got me. Yeah, those tier 2 and tier 3 spiders can jump pretty high. Times 3.1. So without my power matrices, that's 4.7 terawatts of power. With my power matrices, that's my 14.7. So if we were to burn the plutonium as well, that is another 957. $750. So that's 5.7 terawatts. Times 3.1. That would take us up to 17 terawatts. But like I said, that's not the goal because I can't get rid of the plutonium waste. And if I can't get rid of the waste, that violates the rules for this playthrough. And like I said, that's another 100 plus nuclear power plants. We already struggled horribly trying to find somewhere to get the 300 I already have. Where the hell am I going to put half that again? I mean, we all know I'm insane, but where? I would literally have to belt those rods somewhere else to set up the factory for them. So row 3 should literally run out of waste. There is no more fuel going into that line. Looks like row 5 is already starting to run out as well. Row 4 ain't. Why are these two rows not moving? Are you just so backed up on pellets? Alright, let's go check this out. Let's go investigate. Let's go do a little investigation. do, 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 do. Just ride the damn bell. Oh. I thought Jake was already in my freaking Discord. Guess not. I know I'm in his. No, I think he was sending me DMs. Okay. That's a lot of machines that don't have concrete in them. What type of belts are these? These are Mark 6s. These white ones, these are Mark 6. These are the ones you get at the end of the game. Okay, so that's 200, so that's definitely filling up. That's 200, that's definitely filling up. That's 500. It's already done filled up. And now we're getting some over here. Well, is this going to fill up? Welcome in, Pie Guy. I've never seen them before. They were introduced. I think they were introduced back in 1.0 when 1.0 first came out, and they're in the final. I'm only on Mark 3s. Yeah, you'll get there. I got faith in you. So is this number going up or not? It doesn't look like it. Looks like it's actually sitting stable. Alright, so we'll just add some more in there. That's why we use the priority mergers and the smart splitter. So if for some reason there is actually enough there, we're not sending in, it could bypass. Alright, set that all the way up. Set that all the way up. New to the game? Yeah, you'll get, like I said, you'll get there. As long as you don't give up, you'll definitely get there. Just, bear in mind, I hope you don't have plans for the next couple of years. Because this game's gonna take them. Addiction. Thy name is Satisfactory. Hopefully that balances out, because that's all the concrete I have. Why do I seem to remember bringing that crappy belt over here? Now let's go look at the actual concrete production. See if there's supposed to be another belt, or if that's it. It's taken over my life already. Yeah, it does that. I've got about 2,400 hours in since December. This single playthrough is over 1,100 hours. And I mean, I'm not kidding. We're at 1141, 1,141 hours in this save. And that's not factoring in any time that I spent in Modeler, any time I spent trying to like workshop this thing or plan it or anything like that. I mean, the whole playthrough is kind of crazy. There's 4,680 fuel generators in this playthrough. There's 307 nuclear power plants. That belt definitely does take everything. Yeah, there's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. There's supposed to be a shitty belt. Yeah. Okay, so that belt's not actually running empty yet. Give me just a second. I need to investigate something. Yeah, there's 100 concrete right there. So there's 500 right there. There's 100 right there. So that belt's not running. Is this fuel or rocket? Well, turbo fuel into rocket fuel. And welcome in, Theo. How do you tell? How do I tell what? I have a horrible bad habit of literally not remembering what I said a couple minutes ago. There is a very good reason the channel is called what it is. And I'll own that. Okay, so we know full well that there's extra on this belt. This is this belt. Let's follow it. Week off got approved? Awesome. Go into load game, and it's right here underneath the title. It says play duration 1,141 hours, 16 minutes, and 22 seconds on July 14th, 2026 at 5:16 p.m. I'm not reading that off like that to be an ass or anything like that. Just I was literally reading off everything it shows. I do a lot of things to be an ass, but that one's not one. Huh. There's 5 belts of concrete down here? Yeah, 5 belts? Am I stupid? Did my not being able to count thing hit again? Well, see, the worst thing is, my oldest son actually is the one who had this game, and thanks to the power that is Steam Family. 1, 2, 3, 4. Yeah, I mean, I just don't know how to count. That's 1, 2, 3, 4. Thanks to the power of Steam Family. Yeah, I started playing under his account, and then it's like, hey, this game's completely consumed my life. I guess I'll buy it. Because when did you count in the first place? Quiet, you! You're making fun of me. What's going on, Crow? Oh, that's why I can't go that way. There are pipes in my way. I'm making a rocket fuel plant that's going to have 8,000 fuel generators. Overclocked or not overclocked? Okay, so that is this one. That is... that is 4,680 all with one caveat. It's 4,620 that are all overclocked to 240% overclock, and there's 60 overclocked to like 183. I'm playing on my brother's copy. Yeah, it's definitely worth the money. I always look at a game as how much enjoyment versus how many hours, or how many hours of enjoyment can I get out of it. If I spend $60, $80 on a game and I get 10 hours of enjoyment out of it, I feel ripped off. If I spend $60, $80 on a game and I put 1,000 hours into it, yep, then that's fine. I feel like I got my money's worth out of that. Honestly, if I get 100 hours out of a $60 game, I normally am pretty happy. When I get multiple thousands out, I'm friggin' ecstatic. I'm singing that game's praises. Technically speaking, this belt here that you see is literally right there. That's why there's only 3 belts here. Time to get your BPs. Oh, I just got the oil. Yeah, definitely look into blueprints. And if you want, the blueprints for those towers are available on my Discord free of charge. They're not the fanciest looking thing in the world, but I think they look pretty cool. Everything that I offer in the game, I do offer free of charge because well, I'm not trying to make money off playing video games. You doing normal or creative mode? This is all in survival. If it was in creative mode, there'd be another thing here saying creative mode or blah blah blah. Okay, so we know this belt still has extra on it, but that's the belt I just hooked up. So obviously there's backlog. For anybody who doesn't know what I mean when I say backlog, if you have a machine that's running and you cut off its output, the output buffer fills up. On machines that make solids, you can run a belt to wherever the F you want. So like my nuclear power plants over there that has a belt that literally runs all the way over to this area. All of the items that are sitting on that belt from consumption to production, that's all backlog. Anything sitting in the output buffer is backlog. Yeah, I'm at 1,140 hours on this build. Or this playthrough. I guess build works too. That one's definitely filling up. So we're just waiting for enough concrete to get down here and hopefully fill up all these machines. The only mod I have installed, I have one mod, and I'll be completely honest about it, is literally right here. This gives me a itty bitty little awesome sink. And the entire reason I have it installed is it gives me a fluid sink. The only reason I have the fluid sink is because it makes it really, really, really easy to test throughput of pipes. Yeah, I'm definitely enjoying that mod. Where did you say the BP are saved in your... they're not saved. Go into the Satisfactory channel and scroll up. And there should be a message from me called, with like blueprints. It's a Google link. I'll find it and give me a second. Yeah, there it is. Can I pin that? Pin message. There we go. Yep, pin it. There, it's pinned in the Satisfactory channel. Will that mod disable achievements? I don't know. I don't think mods do. I have all the achievements, so I don't know. I am by and far an achievement hunter first. So, like, before I even started streaming this game, I got all the achievements. And I got all the achievements in 135 hours. Not a problem, Fitz. You know full well I'm all about helping everybody. I love helping you guys. Just like, if anybody really wants to, my save from, well, we'll definitely be loading. We'll definitely be putting up a, nope. The only thing that I am using from 1.2 is daisy chaining. Everything else is 1.1. Case in point, that's an impure node. Normal. It is literally a 1.1 map that I started on 1.2. I wanted to do random node placement, but I was really worried that it would affect the quantities of resources. How many hours did it take you to get the builds down? We just put down the last machines last Thursday, and that was literally take my save and then, or take the hours I told you and subtract, say 6 hours. We're at 5.5 hours on stream, and I have not touched this save since last stream. Because I wanted to be live when I fired up the nukes. Because at least one person in my chat has basically begged me, and I'm not saying that in a derogatory way, to be here when we fired up the nukes. Okay, so we're starting to run out of waste on this belt. Which is fine. I want to run out of waste. And he still missed it. Yeah. My current goal is actually to get rid of all the waste. Because once all the waste runs out, I know all the fuel down there has ran out, and everything else can backfill here. So I just need to keep playing. Yep, exactly. Now let me check something. My other save that I streamed, I got 830 hours on that one. And that's a full nuclear 2 Fixonium build with 440 gigawatt rocket fuel factory. That was the one I thought I had gone big last time when I made 2.4 terawatts. And quite a few people had come and joined me and subscribed and followed and all that fun stuff. And one of them's like, 2.4 terawatts isn't that much, right? I'm like, okay, what's the maximum you could make in 1.1 if you took every single resource and dedicated it to power? And after some back and forth and some planning and some discussion, we were able to find 14.7 terawatts. Again, bear in mind, this was in 1.1. So no all pure nodes, no resource rich, no recipe cost multipliers, none of that. And we're at 12, by the way. And that's with fuel running low over there. I have tentatively done the math, and if I really wanted to go completely and totally batshit insane, 100 plus terawatts should be possible. But bear in mind, we're talking 10 of probably 8 8 times the size of this factory. In 1.2, yes. My lower back is screaming at me. Yeah. I feel you there. Getting old sucks. I'm 23. Fuck. I mean, I destroyed my lower back when I was 13. My lower back has been a constant source of pain in my life since I was about 13 years old. So I definitely understand it. Now that's basically the same as this build. That's basically the same as this build. Just all pure nodes and minimum recipe cost. Yeah, it's definitely a both. Are you using Modeler? Yes, I'm using Modeler, and the Modeler file I believe is available on Discord. I think I'd have to find it again. It was shared a long time ago. So that is definitely piling up. Let me grab some concrete. We're just gonna fill these up. That number's going up, so I'm okay with just, adding. I'm not really adding, I'm speeding it up. We already know it's filling up. And you make a channel with all the stuff here. That's not a bad idea. Post that in Discord to remind me, and I will do that. Because obviously we all know full well I'm gonna forget by the end of stream. I'm gonna forget in 5 minutes. And I'm not saying that to bash on myself. I know my capabilities. Okay. The only major problem is I do need to keep the belt of waste that is used to make the plutonium pellets. These 2 belts here have to keep running. I can't let these 2 belts run out until all of these belts run out. Because if these belts are still running when those 2 belts stop running, I can't get rid of any more of this. I just back up on the spicy broccoli. Yeah, so we're already starting to run low on waste. As you see, there's no waste on that. There's very little waste on that belt. There's no waste on that or that. So we're starting to churn through the waste. What the hell are you bitching about? Oh, it's backed up on non-fissile. Which is probably backed up on non-fissile because it was backed up on plutonium pellets. The nice thing is the pellets to fuel rods, that's a non-freaking issue. I do love how close I got these. I wasn't trying to get these this close, but they look fucking good. One pipe can run 132.52 generators. Sounds about right. thought about doing a solar only run? What do you mean solar only run? The hell did this game get solar? Alright, I'm legitimately confused what you mean by solar. Not in base game. Fixit doesn't care about the environment. And thank you for following over there on the Twitch, Theo. I greatly appreciate it. And I would like to take a moment to remind you, if you have not already, please remember to subscribe on YouTube and follow on Twitch. I would be immensely thankful. I try not to do the whole YouTuber thing. What are the power options? Biomass, so like burning plants and animals, coal, fuel, and all fuel derivatives, and nuclear. Thank you, YouTube subscriber number 515. You are amazing. I don't care what anybody says. Now, there are mods like Satisfactory Plus that add in quite a few other fuel sources. But I don't know. Yeah, it's got solar and it's got wind. Solar. Oh, and there's geothermal fits. Solar would be cool to have. It would give variable output depending on which of the suns are up. Yeah. It's like in Satisfactory Plus, the wind turbines are affected by the height that they're put. Yeah, we can just ignore it. We can just ignore the freaking geothermal power. There's only like 40,000 megawatts. Just bear in mind, Fitz, when I do the ultra hard mode in September, think of how long I'm going to be on biomass. Because I'm not going to get to coal until after I drop, what, 1,000 smart plating? And probably September 1st, or whatever first day of September correlates to my streaming schedule. Oh crap! Yeah, I should have asked if anybody wanted to throw the Discord link. But yeah, that's our Discord. Alright, so we're slowly getting the last ones filled up with it's fine. Theo got it dropped. Or, oh, you're dropping it over for YouTube as well. I appreciate it. Factor in angle, time of the day, and direction and building. Yeah. And thank you, YouTube subscriber number 516. You are awesome as well. And you are absolutely amazing. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you for tickling that subscribe button. It means everything to me. You guys... Honest question, do you guys like me doing that, or do you think it's kind of cringe? I enjoy doing it because I always want to be appreciative. There's way too many people out there that are just like, eh, it's just one more, or eh, just in general. I want to show my appreciation. Honestly, I think there's just way too many assholes out there that aren't appreciative of the things that are given to them. And I know in my younger years, I was definitely guilty of that. So I try not to be in my older years. Well, the nice thing is I can honestly say, and I do watch my sub count just so I can do that. I've never seen it go up and then go straight back down right after I do that, so. Now, the scary thing is, I know my last two videos have done really well on both views and getting my name out there. So, half the time, I don't know if those new subscribers are in the stream, subscribing from the stream, or if they're coming from the videos. And honestly, I don't care. Yes, we're slowly running out of waste, which is the whole thing I'm trying to do. I'm trying to burn out all the waste I have, so when I turn the power plant back on, oh god, engine is becoming popular. Yeah, I'm getting there, and I honestly, it surprises the crap out of me. And you can ask people who've been here for, you can ask Johnny, you can ask Amaya, you can ask Casper. They've all been here pretty much since the start. I basically cried when I got to 100 subscribers. And the worst thing is, I don't even think I was live when I got to 100. And you know, just to think that, you know, that was a year ago. I started, and I try not to talk about the content creator shit too much because I realize not everybody wants to listen to it. I started this year at 160 subscribers. That's 160. And that was January 1st. So, like, in the pinned message of me being thankful to you guys, I really do mean it. You guys, I would not still be streaming if it wasn't for the community that I've built up. All right, let's go see how much more there is to burn. We're probably not going to actually like turn the power plant on to stay on today, because I've only got about another hour and a quarter of stream left. But no, I'm really dead serious. You guys really have made my life a lot better, and I am truly grateful. I just suck at showing my gratitude. Like I said, these first two belts need to stay running. So what I'm probably going to do is I'm probably just going to snip that bastard right there. We'll feed that in. We'll let the first two feed. Feed me, Seymour. Feed me. I need the food. Just don't become a Gen Z streamer where all they do is profit baiting on YouTube Shorts. Nah. I don't even like doing shorts. I'll do shorts if I have like a video subject that I want to cover that doesn't take more than 3 minutes to go over. Like, I did a short on the explodable resource deposits. I do shorts when it's something that doesn't take long. but I don't want to do shorts. Oh yeah, no. It's like I was in a friend of mine's channel, and he was talking about doing a subathon. It's like no, just no. And for him to do one, that's all fine and dandy. I don't think I could handle doing one. And I don't really have any desire to do one. I got a little bit of waste backed up on this row. I was like, Linux, honestly, how often have you ever heard me even mention my monetization on either platform? Because now I have to say that one. And thank you to YouTube subscriber number 517. You are also absolutely amazing. I don't push it at all. I don't want to push it. Do I? Would it be awesome if I could pay my bills doing this shit? Yeah, it'd be great. But I don't want to be that person who's like basically begging for money. The only times I ever say anything about it is literally it'll be like maybe once every couple weeks. I'll say literally, if you have it to spare. But your life, your bills, all that comes first. Oh yeah, that was more along the lines of me just mentioning that I got monetized on YouTube. Because I mean that's kind of a big deal. Because honestly, I got monetized on Twitch a long time ago. Getting monetized on Twitch really isn't that difficult. Mention is mention. I agree. I guess, when was the last time you heard me push? Now the only problem is one of those two belts has a smart splitter that feeds into the broccoli production and then feeds into the plutonium pellets. Aw, thank you, Crypt. And Waffle, what's going on? Well, Crypt, you go down in history as my very first super chat. So, thank you. That's friggin' awesome. And the worst thing is, honestly, a year ago, I probably never would have turned that on. It seriously took me a long time to even turn on subscriptions over on Twitch, because like I couldn't fathom being like people actually wanting to pay money to watch me play in video games and talk for hours on end. It's just something that did not compute in my head. And I'll be dead honest, I've got some serious friggin' mental health issues. I've got serious fucking self-confidence and self-worth issues. And I have most of my life. Okay, let me check these last machines here. But like I said, one of these belts literally has a smart splitter that feeds over here to this, and then literally has this just to try to keep this belt filled. The funny thing is, Casper and I were literally talking about like who was going to take the first one on that and who was going to take the first one on this and blah, 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 blah. And it's like, whoever does. I'm not going to sweat it. Yeah. That's exactly it. What's going on, Fitz? What am I guessing? Guess what? Chicken butt? My oldest brother used to say that crap all the time. Hey, I need... Aw, thank you, Fitz. I greatly appreciate that, dude. I have no idea what the hell 140 ZAR translates to. I don't even know what freaking country that's from. Like, seriously, I have no idea. I don't know what that converts to or anything. But yeah, that means so much to me, man. Thank you so much, bro. And thank you as well, South African Rand? Is that the South African Rand? Seriously, to both of you guys and to everyone who, even the people that like this stream or the videos or whatever, all of that means so much to me. Just you guys being here. You guys don't have to spend money. You guys don't have to subscribe. You guys don't have to do any of that shit. Just being here means the world to me. And I wish I was better at showing my gratitude, expressing my gratitude. The thing that's weird to me, I mean, I get that AR for African Rand. Just the Z for South does. My brain's not clicking that. But seriously, thank you guys. Okay, why do we have some yellows popping up? Why are you yellow there, buddy? That looks like I'm not feeding in early enough, or... Okay. Huh. Might have to look that up. Oh. Gee, I wonder... that's supposed to be a belt of 1200. But as I run lower on waste, not as less waste goes into that system, I'm going to get less spicy broccoli out. Oh, it's like, isn't there supposed to be South African Rand in Dutch? Okay. Well, I knew it. I knew, like, at least part of South Africa was originally a Dutch colony because, like, SAR was already taken, I guess. Saudi Arabian Rial. Oh. I have this really weird feeling I'm going to be learning a lot more about currencies and shit. You guys already do a lot teaching me about languages and stuff like that, so... Which, I mean, I'm immensely grateful for. I love learning. I was always that freaking weird person that would just sit there and like legitimately read. Okay, Riel. Is it Riel or Riel? I'm looking for Riel. Okay, is that it? Riel. I'm horrible with languages, so just to let you know, I'm horrible with languages. Or even real. Oh, see, the problem with doing it like that is, depending on where you are in the U.S., y'all is pronounced differently. It sounds stupid, but I have heard so many different ways to say y'all. I knew that one, Amaya. And Casper has family that was over there when they were younger. I don't know if it was Saudi Arabia, but they was... And I do not mean this to be just derogatory at all. I know it was a Middle Eastern country where... I'm going to shut up because I'm going to get sayings wrong. I'm going to get terminology wrong. And I'm going to feel like an ass. So I'm just going to shut up there. I know it was a Middle Eastern country. Can you show me how to assemble your pedals? Stack the tower cores on top of each other. It was Saudi Arabia? Okay. Yeah, I have 6 oil nodes tapped, and at the moment 3 pure, 2 normal, and 1 impure. I have 18 refineries set up for now. It will expand as I go, but I think I can have about 3. If you stack all your tower cores together, the next one you do is the blueprint called pre-pedal, and you cannot do that one in blueprint mode. You'll have to be in default mode. You can do blueprint mode on the 2 flats, but because it's the hex and Satisfactory does not like angles, you'll have to do 4 of them in default mode, and then it's literally pedal one, first stage, second stage, third stage, and third stage is turned around, so you'll have to rotate it 180 degrees when you first use it. Like the first pedal and the third pedal are literally 180 degrees out from each other. Yeah, there's my Twitch message, and that's literally like got a 1% chance of my bot actually saying that one. But Dr. Slurm, I do greatly appreciate the lesson, and I mean that honestly. But yeah, tower core, pre-pedal, first stage with the angles are in. Then second stage, it does not matter. It is mirrored, so you can do it either which way. And then third stage, obviously point out. I mean, I'm at about 40 FPS. So, I mean, it's not nearly as good as it may look. The funny thing is, I get that a lot. And here's the scary thing. I'm in Ultra on everything except for conveyor visual quality. That's the only one. And there's literally all of my settings. And I didn't even set those. That's just what Arabic was my third language. Yeah, I can honestly say there is not a chance in hell I could ever learn Arabic. I probably stand a better chance of learning how to count things in Japanese and learning every freaking kanji that is commonly used than I ever stand to learning Arabic, either written or spoken. So, props. And I mean that legitimately. It's something I definitely would never be able to learn. I found out that my AMD card FSR has a bug that will randomly flashbang myself. Is that what you were talking about on Discord? Yes, that's exactly what I mean. A lot of people just think, counting in Japanese, ichi, ni, san, yan, go, roku, shichi, hachi, gyuju. I always get 9 and 10 mixed up. But the problem with counting in Japanese is when you're counting things. Like, it's a completely different term to say one slice of bread versus one loaf of bread. It gets weird. They say, I have studied a little bit of Japanese. If that wasn't immediately apparent right there. Now, I'm not going to say that I'm fluent in Japanese, or that I'm conversational, or that I can even speak it. I know like 8 phrases, and I know how to count to 10. That's about it. Technically, Arabic and Japanese are both Category 4 languages for native English speakers, i.e. the hardest category. I can see that. I can definitely see that. I'm trying to learn Japanese. I was trying to learn Japanese. I have the kanji books for 1 to 4. Weirder than counting in Russian and in general the Slavic languages. Yeah. I know, like, counting in German gets fucking weird as it goes up. It becomes scary, especially if you try to write them out. And that's just a common joke. Honestly, I did pretty well with... I have a good friend who lived in Japan for years. He was stationed in Okinawa, and after he got out of the Air Force, he stayed. He actually ended up marrying not 1, but 2 different Japanese women. Not at the same time. And, I mean, he's got 2 half Japanese kids. And between him and Rosetta Stone, I got pretty comfortable. And I liked the way Rosetta Stone handled teaching a language, because it wasn't just repeat after me. But he always said when he was trying to help his friends learn, what he told him was literally go through your house with post-it notes, sticky notes, whatever you want to call them, and put the Japanese kanji and the Japanese romanji on everything you can think of. Okay, so we're slowly getting there, and this is definitely working. This whole water into nitric. Maybe. Got a butt ton of water. Oh, never mind. Yeah, that's still working. Because literally when those run, they'll push the water into the buffer, and those will push the nitric back over. Yeah, that's fine. So yeah, the direct recycle here is working. That's kind of what I'm going to call that, is direct recycling. The worst thing is, until all this waste goes away, I don't really have anything else to do. And these are turning yellow because they're literally running out of plutonium pellets, because I'm running out of some of the waste. You know, the worst thing is, I can literally go over to the storage area and sink everything. Could. Not going to. Because I still need to figure out what the hell I want to do with this. Because I kind of feel wasteful. I have all the world's resources. I should probably use all the world's resources. Hey, Casper should be home here soon. Okay, Dr. Slurm, if you're still here, what are considered the Category 1 languages? Like, what are the easiest languages for a native English speaker to learn? Curiosity here. Tagalong? I'm probably butchering that. That's, I know it's like Indonesia, Philippines area. Just don't remember. Definitely not something that's common around where I live. I would assume, like, you know, the languages that English borrowed from would definitely be towards the top of the list. Alright, for anybody curious, it's 186.668, which is my weird overclock speed. Or, yeah, speed. So all of them. Yeah. I get the joke. Has anybody ever actually tried to like go down and paste settings at the same time? Like, are you completely baffled how I'm doing this? Because I'm not breaking The State Department has other answers: Cat 1, Danish, Dutch, French, Italian, Norwegian, Portuguese, and Spanish. Huh. Yeah, I seriously thought German would be on that list somewhere. Yeah, we have a common joke that English isn't a language. It's three otters in a trench coat pretending to be a duck. So the ones that were set to 1%, I'm going to bump to 100%. It's still not fully overclocked. But it should burn a little bit more fuel. And I'm doing this mainly to see if I can get it to somewhat stabilize, so I can get all my rubber, or at least most of my rubber. Cat 2 is German and a few others. Yes, tag along is Cat 3 along with Farsi, Greek, Russian, Ukrainian. That makes sense. See, I was told that Italian wouldn't be that bad because it's, and obviously, like always, correct me if I'm talking on my ass, because it's another Romance language like Spanish. So if you kind of sort of knew Spanish or understood the basics of Spanish, you could learn Italian. But I'm pretty sure the person who told me that was talking out their ass. If you're not familiar with what that term means, basically lying. I think a lot of languages aren't that bad if you start young. Obviously, in my advanced age, it's a whole different story. Trying to learn another language in your 40s is not normally recommended. Your brain loses some of its elasticity. The only reason it's not considered a dialect of French is because of political reasons. Yeah, I mean, I can see that. If I remember right, they're not exactly the world's bestest of friends, the French and the Italians. I mean, it mostly comes down to time, effort, and motivation. Yeah. I think I don't have enough friggin' other shit to learn. But I mean, as I've said multiple times, I love when you guys come in and like teach me a new word or something. And then like actually work with me to make sure I remember actually know how to say it. Speaking of which, Mr. Morden, Mr. Morden, there we go. God damn, my mouth does not want to work. What was it? Deutsch? I think I remembered that. I might remember that. Ah, fuck. Those aren't the right ones. Yeah, but remember when I said I literally couldn't say, I couldn't say Deutsch? Because every time my brain would correct it to douche. Oh, I think I got over that mental block. How are you copying? Control C and Control V. Same way you copy and paste anything in any thing. Okay, I thought that was the right ones, but guess not. Control V. The world looks insane. This save has 1,140 some odd hours. And welcome in, Jay! I have to say the name right. You can definitely tell the programmers got their way with some of this game when they actually put the Control C, Control V shortcuts into the game. Paste. Okay. Can I actually find the one that is underclocked? Looking for a green light. This ain't Kmart. We're not looking for blue light specials. God, I'm friggin' aging myself with that one. Alright, this one might not have any. But yeah. We're currently at 1,142 hours. How are we doing on the waste? I still see barrels. But I don't see any belt running full. It took me a while to get this all set up the way I wanted it. Currently, for anybody who wasn't here when I said it last time, currently the goal is to get rid of all the waste that you see coming out. I want a zero waste. How do you? I don't. I use Satisfactory Modeler to figure out the number of machines. Ooh, cold drink. Yay, cold drink. Yeah. Now, I use Satisfactory Modeler to figure out how many machines and what recipes to use. Beyond that, it's kind of just YOLO. I was in St. Thomas. I saw a Kmart there. It was like a flashback. Yeah, I can imagine. Okay. So I'm going to go ahead and cut this line. Like I said, these two belts they feed the last step in the waste disposal. So as long as they're still going after all the rest of these belts are gone, I don't really give these back up. Gonna use Modeler for when replanning my rebuild of Starter Factory. Yep. On this one, I did a lot of my Satisfactory stuff with Satisfactory tools. But once I got to the power plant, it was all modular all the time. Now, I will say these were planned out. Now, except for the placement, because I had to move them. I had to explain what fries was to my wife. Yeah. I never had a fries here. I have never set foot in a fries. They got a micro center, though. I can definitely say I like micro center. Sometimes next day delivery from Amazon's just not fast enough. I'll drive the damn hour to Micro Center. Where do you get enough crude oil for all those generators? I have every drop of... I have every single spec of every single resource on the map. Like, that is literally every drop of oil on the map. That is every iota, every whiff. Yeah, there we go. Every whiff of nitrogen gas on the map. I had to come up with some way of saying it. And that right there is every single beltable resource on the map. And when I say, I mean it. It's everything. It all comes over here. This playthrough has literally been, we started back in 1.1. We theory crafted this in 1.1. If you took everything of every resource on a 1.1 map and dedicated everything to power, how much power could you make? And after some back and forth and a lot of theory crafting and a lot of discussion, we came up with 14.7 terawatts. And bear in mind, this is before we had things like recipe cost multiplier, node randomization, all pure nodes, resource rich, blah, 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 before we had any of that crap. And I started this playthrough about an hour and a half after 1.2 came out in experimental. No one knew what we were getting into with 1.2. So I had wanted to do random node placement, but I was worried that it would screw with my numbers. Like 1.1, it was based on 1.0, so it was all the same. And you knew there was 92,000 iron on the map. 92,100. 69,300 limestone. 42,300 coal, and yada, yada, yada. I was worried random node placement might have changed this from 92,100 to, I don't know, 89,800. And something else would have been off. I have one mod installed on this playthrough, and it is literally just a sink mod. Gives me a little bitty baby sink and a fluid sink. That is it. That's the only mod I have installed. And now I have Sky UI installed. This I do not think breaks anything. It just allows me to pause the day for to take photos and stuff. I'm a content creator. Oh, I'm trying to be a content creator. I gotta take screenshots. I gotta take thumbnails. I gotta do videos. And that's all easier to do when you can literally just, it's noon. Pause the damn day. First playthrough, when do you find it appropriate to change to peaceful mode? I don't. I'm still in aggressive mode, man. And first and foremost, that was literally a rule set by chat. Can you show how you connected center pipes to your side pipes? Auto connect. If you do tower core in blueprint mode, when you stack them up, that will keep them exactly centered. What I did when I did my towers was my first one. I put my first one down, and I took my next one up, and I rotated it so that I've got my two out the side. The next one was one straight out the middle. That way they have that little bit of rotation on them. Yeah. I've been getting there. Press the right damn button. So blueprint mode will only allow you to put pre-pedal on the two flat sides. So those four, you're screwed. So you're at here, right? No, blueprint auto connect mode. So I could not get blueprint mode with pre-pedal to work on these angles. Or are you talking about, are you talking about the, are you talking about these? Yeah, I came in here manually. And I just went over like one or two. Now, if you look at mine, there's a twist to all the pipes. But yeah, I went through and I manually did all these. And then for these, you can either literally bring your pipe straight up and out. Or what I did was I brought a T on the side here, whatever side I was going to feed from, and I just nudged it into place. Yeah, that's how. And then if you're going to try to connect this to this, only the pipe it's currently connected to will connect. The other two pipes you'll have to tear down and rebuild. How many other saves do I have? This is my third playthrough. Not a problem, Fitz. Like I said, I'm all about helping you guys. Avid water drinker. My friend got this game for me and him to play, and we only played once until a year later when I started playing. Sounds about right. I can't tell you how many people have told me that, I got this game to play with a friend, and my friend played like once and then bailed on me. I hear that all the time. Look, man, avid water drinker. And hello, Casper, over on the Twitch. Welcome home. Yeah, if you ever see Casper on Twitch, that means she's home. And now I'm at 155 hours and have now on my first world beaten the game. Yep, sounds about right. I got all my achievements done in, I think, about 135 hours. And then I started doing, challenges. My second playthrough, it's like, okay, I want to make a lot of rocket fuel. So I literally used basically everything in the crater. I had to bring in some more sulfur and some more nitrogen. But I mean, I mainly used all the crap that was here. And I made about 440 gigawatts. And I asked chat, it's like, okay, cool, what do we do now? And somebody's like, well, you should try nuclear. Like, okay, cool, bet. We can do nuclear. But if I'm going to do nuclear, we're going to do a full nuclear. We're going to take all 2,100 nuclear or uranium on the map, and we're going to turn it into uranium fuel rods, maximum amount. We're going to turn that into the maximum amount of plutonium, and then we're going to turn it into fixonium. We're going to go through a whole set. And 2.4 terawatts later, I had done a full nuclear. And I thought I was King Turd. I thought I was great. And then chat pointed out, 2.4 terawatts isn't that much. So we started theory crafting. It's like, okay, cool, 14 terawatts. 14.7 terawatts seems to be the theoretical limit on 1.1 map. And then 1.2 came out. And all pure nodes. Like, okay. So we theory crafted on that. And it's like, okay, you can get about 21 terawatts like that. And then it was pointed out to me that recipe cost multiplier goes into the negatives. It can go down to a quarter. So something that should take 100 oil now takes 25. Couple that with all pure nodes, I'm betting 100 terawatts is easily possible. Do I want to do a 100 terawatt playthrough? No. Loud and proud, F no. Is it possible to get a petawatt? I do not think a petawatt is possible. I'm aware of what a petawatt is. But for anybody who was not aware, yes, a petawatt is literally 1,000 terawatt, which also goes to mention a petabyte is the next step above a terabyte. 100 terawatts with only nuclear. Yeah, who said it was only going to be nuclear? It'd basically be this playthrough. Just more. I did the maths. Now, one thing I would like to know, and I don't know if anybody knows this off the top of their head or if anybody's figured this out. When you do the ratio changes, resource rich, fossil fuel rich, blah, 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 are those a set number? Like in base game, we know there's exactly 12,600 oil on the map. There's exactly 12,000 nitrogen from X number of nodes. We know how many nodes there are. Do we know if you set like fossil fuel rich, if you were always guaranteed X number of oil? Alright. The drawback is I got about 20 minutes left in the stream, and no, it's not a set number. See that? That's kind of crap. Because we all know there's 429 minor nodes on the map. I don't know how many oil nodes and how many nitrogen nodes, how many water nodes, yada yada yada. I don't know that one off the top of my head. And I'm too lazy to look it up. I believe the nitrogen nodes and water nodes can be interchanged when you do the random. and oil can be interchanged with any of the normal minor nodes. So basically, you take the 429 mineable nodes. It sounds better than minor node. And add it to the oil, any of the oil nodes that use the oil extractor, not the resource well. All three of the resource wells, I think, can be interchanged, but they are not interchangeable with the other ones. Can't really tell you if that's getting lower or not. Be really nice if they got lower. How in the hell are we still getting a decent chunk of uranium waste on this belt? This belt's been empty, basically empty for a while. Ugh. I think looking back at the chat a little bit, I think everybody's like early game base is kind of a monstrosity. It's just kind of part of early game. Math-wise, to make 1 petawatt of power, you need 400,000 nuclear power plants. Well, bear in mind, a fully overclocked nuclear power plant makes 6,250 power, and there is no way in the world I'm not overclocking every goddamn thing in that playthrough. Or 4 million. Holy shit. Or 13.3 million coal gens. We have all figured out from this playthrough, Drew does not build shit that's not overclocked when I gotta build a lot of something. It's not gonna happen. That's 1,000 million billion. So that should be a petawatt right there. 6250. Either my math ain't adding up or something. It says the game will crash before you make it to a single petawatt. Don't tell me stuff like that. That sounds suspiciously like a challenge. I don't want to do it. Yeah, 1 billion megawatts, isn't that what I got? Okay. I don't own. Alright, there. Kinda wish the commas would be allowed, but it's not. Okay, 160,000 nuclear power plants. Yeah, 1 billion megawatts is 1 petawatt. I'm already at 1 million. And that's a terawatt. Like, I actually had somebody like get kind of crappy with me that I was always saying million megawatt. It's like, I'm sorry, if I come into the power grid, the unit of measurement is megawatt. Yes, terawatt is the correct. 1 million megawatt is 1 terawatt. But the game measures it in megawatts. So it is what it is, and that one's finally starting to run out. We might actually be running out of waste on this belt. Finally. We might finally have a belt that runs out of waste. Now, bear in mind, I will let this game run overnight, and I will let this bleed out. I mean, it'd be cool if you could change the unit of measurement, but because obviously I don't give a crap about a megawatt at the moment. I don't give a crap about gigawatts. It looks so sad. It's so naked. There's so little waste. Still too much for me, though. Needs to be less. Less until there's none. Come on, game. Rip and tear. Just like Doom. Unless it's 1.21 gigawatts. Well, I guess I'm going to say that. I got to say 1.21 gigawatts. Right? Gigawatts. Great Scott! Exactly. And see, we actually had the thought of doing a 1.21 gigawatt playthrough where I was limited. I could only produce 1.21 gigawatts. That was it. That's like barely over 2 banks of coal gens. But yeah, I mean, the drawback is, like I said, until that waste goes away, there's nothing for me to do. But I want to get rid of all the waste. So when I turn everything back on, start planning the 100 terawatt. I don't want to do the 100 terawatt. This one already drove me insane. And remember, I will only worry about doing something like that after we do the ultra hard mode. Let's get through that first. Let's see if I'm burnt out on the game by then. Because, like, this project itself took, what, 4 months? When the hell did we start this? March 17th. So, yeah, we're pushing 4 months. Now, bear in mind, I did take 2 weeks off. So, 3.5 months to do this. And I'm talking, if I even thought about doing the 100 terawatt, we're talking 8 times the size. And that could easily be. Well, let me check something. Let me check something. Uno momento. Okay, so go to live. Okay, so I started building the power plant May 4th. So it's been about, it took about a month and a half, or almost 2 months, to get ready to build the power plant. Now, obviously, one thing that I could say would be a great benefit is I already know how to do the sorter. I already know, I'd be using all pure nodes, so there wouldn't be no 600, 300, 900 belts. But the sorting tower, I already have an idea for. Second of all, if I were to do this again, anywhere nearly like this, I wouldn't build over here. I'd start here. Because that would give me all of this to build over the water. Anything that doesn't have to be built over the water could be built in this thin area here. But this is a monstrous area over the water. This is a pretty damn good size area over the water. Now this is a good size, but it ain't squat compared to this. I built over here last time, which is the entire reason I didn't want to build there this time. Oh, wait, that's copper. Because I'm sure any content creator will tell you there's no fun in building the exact same spot every single time. You got to do things a little different. You got to mix things up. I can honestly say without a shadow of doubt that my other power plant is stable on nuclear. Getting nuclear stable isn't that bad. Getting fuel stable, that's a different story. But this should be winding down. And it does seem to be. But like I said, I can't do I don't really want to do anything else until that's gone. Honestly, there is something I can do. We can just turn off the nuke plant. I can flip one switch and turn it all off. Now, bear in mind, that still means all the waste has to come out. So whatever waste is in here. But all I just did was, why are you at 120? Oh, are you my 120? Oh, shit. Why is my first one? So any backlog of waste can empty now. No new waste is generated. I guess I do normally put the one as close to me as possible. So when I normally just turn off my underclocked, my not fully overclocked one. It's not really underclocked, but it's under overclocked. That way I don't have to do all this just to get to it. Meow, 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 meow. Meow, 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 meow. That at least concludes, getting this set up. It's such a long trip because it's literally 200 foundations. And that's not an embellishment. It is quite literally 200 foundations long. The math was done. The counting was done. But we can honestly say we have turned on the nuclear power plant. We got all the waste situated. I got a little bit more waste to burn off, but not really that bad. Can I get 120 generators to work in 5 minutes? Good luck. I mean, that's only 2 levels. It's not that bad. You can do it. You got it. Do you need to do the ends and the overclocks? Yeah, because you can't adjust your overclocks. You don't have access to a Mark III blueprint maker. You only have the 1 belt of waste left. But now I'm just bleeding out the whatever's left in these. So it shouldn't take a whole hell of a long time. It's 93 per minute. There's 250 left in here. That's, what, 4 or 5 minutes? But now that we've got all the waste belted in properly, the silica belted in properly, the spicy broccoli belted in properly, the plutonium pellets, the concrete, all belted properly. God, that's a lot of nitrogen. Give me a second. I want to check something. So just for the nitric acid, that is 9,194 nitrogen that had to be made. That doesn't include the world's nitrogen. That doesn't include the nitrogen I already made. That's even more nitrogen. God, I've made a lot of nitrogen. I think that's kind of gonna do it for today. Definitely got it. We got the startup sequence done. So I will go ahead and get all the reactors refilled with fuel. I don't know if I'll just go ahead and disconnect all of the power wires. Because A, that'd be a pain in the ass. But it wouldn't be that bad. That way, literally, when we come back tomorrow, we can start up the nuclear power plant, hopefully for the last time. And just let it run for the entire time and just, do what the hell ever while we wait to make sure it's not going to blow up. We're sitting at pretty comfortable. There's not a lot of fluctuation there. And poops, there it goes. Now. No, there's definitely a little variation there. But that's going to do it for today. If you haven't already, please remember to smack that like button like it owes you money. If you're new here, lurking or watching this after the fact, and somehow you enjoyed the content, consider smacking that subscribe button over there on the YouTube. Smack the follow button over there on the Twitch. Until tomorrow, I've been an idiot. Obviously. And again, a massive thank you to everybody who subscribed, who liked, who watched, who commented, who chatted. And a huge one to anybody who dropped a super chat or subscribed over on Twitch. I'll be back tomorrow. Bye, everybody.